left off. But we found out that Lol is still in the abyss and making mega amounts of babies so she can take over the rest of the abyss while everyone else is gone. And we run into Elminster, bunch of ghosts from other time periods, and also a guy who was actually there, who is this drow man, who told us, hey, you're gonna spend like months doing research down here. I've already done the research. Come with me. Let's go to Menzoberranzan. And we were like, okay. So he's gonna take us to a secret Menzoberranzan entrance or something. Because one of us saw the future. But he wasn't there. That's about it. Let me just look up the names.
Damn, I almost finished my sandwich.
So it's fine. I still have to look up the names of the wizards. Vizarin Devere and his Slod Cleave. Are taking us to maybe find Grumph Bainray in Menzoberranzan. Copy paste. Grumph Bainray. And also the library is called Gravenhollow. I missed that part.
Yep.
No, that'll do.
Damn, his slots get a graphics upgrade.
No, so you meet up with Vizaran and Cleave to be led back to Vizaran's tower, where he can properly explain his plan to you. As you leave Graven Hollow, you see Cleave, the Death Slard, magically disguise itself as a drow. Please ignore the fact that the token is not a drow. But that's the only thing it could change into.
Fair enough.
That's why I originally had a drow token on it, but the drow token doesn't have Cleave stats.
Very light-skinned drow. It's still accurate.
Oh, is it just a rollable token with a commoner attached to it?
Yeah, because they can do that. They polymorph into a small or medium humanoid. And so it turns itself into a drow.
Like the hyena guy from Descent into Avernus.
Yeah.
No,
No, the one that was like, actually, that was a Slod.
Oh
And you're
yeah.
like, thank God we didn't help him.
Yeah, fuck that dude.
Yeah, that guy.
I thought someone just turned him into a hyena boy for fun. I guess it was himself.
I mean, sort of. He had been, like, magically locked into that form.
And your
if I
reward
recall
for
correctly.
your
And he
reward
was,
for
like,
fixing it.
Yeah, we're trying to get someone to help him so he could change back, and then we'd be like, alright, no reward for you, I killed you.
It's like, you know, the woman in like a remote shack. It's like, please, my husband's been taken by bandits.
Anyway,
And
you're
bring-
free to organize yourselves as you wish, as it will take some time to travel back to Vizeran's tower. And thus, we are going to have to roll a few encounters along the way.
Lizard.
Lizard.
We still have some lizard.
They're the best surviving part of our party.
I mean, the fact that one of the rangers is still alive is still amazing.
Yeah, that man's a Chad. He vanished and then
Yeah,
came
he's
back
got
a
the
week
fucking
later.
hit point. I
Pretty
mean,
sure
he's
it's a
got the
woman.
hit points of the lizards, but better AC.
Got in a fist fight with one of the veterans and was actually trading pretty well.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. Alright. So, how long is this trip again? You need to travel from Graven Hollow, partway to the Worm Writhings. With Vizeran leading the way, there's no chance of you getting lost. This isn't going to tell me how long it's going to take, is it? Alright. The Dark Trail.
Our destination is 15 minutes away.
Neither the Worm Writhings nor Graven Hollow are on this map. Alright, let's make a comparison. It's roughly a little bit shorter than Gracklestug to Neverlight, and that takes 12 days. So let's go with 10. You'll have 10 days of travel to reach your destination. Wait, hang on. No, Araj is marked here on the map. Oh god.
We have days of walking.
Don't worry, the more further, the more encounter.
The more possible
Alright.
chance at maybe a
Stuck
level.
Instead to, say, Mental Dareth. Is that even on this list? No. Alright. Let me pull my notes up so I can keep track of how far you've traveled. I'm gonna need a d20, and I'm gonna end up needing a lot of these.
Go, Nick.
Sure. You're ready.
Because you have to
Yeah.
circle around the edge of
A
the
5,
right
my
thing.
lord.
Whoa, what?
5? That is good if you like not fighting things.
That's terrible.
Therefore,
Feeble cursed one.
give me no, it's supposed to be. Give me another d20. All right. And one more.
Oh no.
Your turn, Josh.
All right.
I can deny it no longer. I am
Does
small.
this work? Oh my god.
Rolling 1.
Stop that.
25.
1d3.2. Okay,
One.
it doesn't like that.
That's heresy. Illegal. 1D fudge.
You got a minus.
No successes. Terrible.
Man, I suck.
All right. You encounter a group of drow
Oh.
Give me a D6 and a 2D6.
Bro, is this gonna be 2 drow with 40 Quagoth slaves that somehow didn't rebel against them yet?
It's like they brought the time bomb to our door.
Alright. You can see the drow mage leading the group has 3 other drow with them and 7 bugbear slaves.
Damn.
Alright, because there's a mage, I'll allow it.
However, they seem non-hostile and for the most part are ignoring you.
Get under
It's got
deck.
nothing to do with us.
It's probably because we got Vizerin with us.
Very likely.
He might think we're somehow his slaves.
Oh.
This man's got an entourage.
Also, hang on.
Shintry.
It totally is. Enter 3 boys.
Yeah, it's the 3 boys whose names I can't remember unless I go look at them in my sending list.
One was like Daleth or something.
This is their squad compared to your squad.
And that's still pretty impressive.
I mean, bugbears are OP now, so...
Hmm.
Actually, they're bugbear monster. So maybe they're not OP.
Not overpowered yet.
In that case, your 2 groups will pass each other by, and they will go about their way. Give me
Bye.
a D6.
Oh. Take the 6.
Alright. I
No,
mean, I'm
don't-
just going to take
don't
the 1
take the
from the
6.
next one. So, 7 days passed before... give me a D10.
Oh, it's Oubliex just chilling in a random cave.
No, we're on a different table.
Okay.
Do it, Jake. Destroy us. Well,
Yeah, I already rolled the D10.
Oh.
I've cut in line.
we're going in.
Give me, a D6.
Oh my god, what the fuck's going on? I'm scared, Dad. Call the police.
6 Vecnas round the corner.
As you were traveling, alright, actually, what's everyone's perceptions?
I feel like Aika probably has big perception.
18.
Yeah.
Damn.
15.
14.
Alright, I can notice this first, but the rest of the group will pick up on it soon enough. That the tunnels, not the tunnels, like the area around you is softly starting to shake.
What the fuck?
The vibrations are slowly growing heavier. I'm gonna roll quick. Okay. Vizerin notices this pretty quickly and immediately turns and just shouts, "We have to find a side tunnel quickly!"
Where? Why?
The walls are shaking, Laura.
I'd like everyone to give me a quick athletics check.
I'm
Also
so
gonna send all
small.
these lizards to the back so that their riders appear on top of them.
Of course, it has to be athletics.
Baroness, do it for me.
I mean, if If you're riding the Baroness, then yes.
I thought you said Araness. I was like, this?
What's next to it here?
Yeah, also if you are on a lizard, the lizard can make the check for you.
I'd rather make the check if I get a choice because mine is slightly better. So
Yeah, you can choose.
I think
Amazing.
I did pretty good.
Right. Group's done well enough. Off of that, that's a lot of good rolls. You'll quickly rush back. As you are running, you feel the like the vibrations growing like stronger and stronger, and look back behind you and see the maw of a purple worm barreling down the tunnel.
Yeah. Yeah.
But having noticed it fairly quickly, and with excellent checks, you all managed to find and run down a side tunnel, able to wait out the worm as it passes by.
Attack it on the way by for EXP.
Opportunity attack.
How big are your nuts?
Yes, that last D6 was to determine its direction, and you rolled coming straight at you.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with that result. It's way cooler.
Like, from directly ahead. You do, however, give me 1d6.
But, anybody else want the honors?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Just gonna turn around.
6.
Alright,
It's coming right
you
back.
lost a whole 6 miles of travel.
Ah!
Wow, we went back pretty far.
The tunnels have collapsed.
Yeah, I assume it's because it fucked with the tunnels, not because we ran 6 miles.
I
Got
hate to
really
say it
good
actually
legs.
pretty much is.
How
The
did it?
worm's,
Athletics check was full.
yeah, the worm's burrowing speed is 30 feet, so it moves at basically the same speed as the group.
It's just following us
Your
for, like,
athletics
6
check was to
miles.
just stay ahead of it until you got a branching tunnel.
It's just
Oof.
like following us at exactly the same speed for 6 miles.
6 fucking miles. Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
pretty
good thing
bad.
you all rolled so well. Except Weaknut. But it's fine.
I'm a librarian.
You succeeded as a group, and that's all that
Yeah.
mattered. So,
We don't need to outrun it, we just need to outrun Weak Nook.
It's not very
But
hard.
I don't think it'll be satisfied with just eating weak knock. I think we have several delicious lizards.
Yeah. You wouldn't even
Alright.
notice Weak Nut going into its mouth.
Fucking a pebble.
A pebble with slightly good flavor.
moving on. Me 2 days pass before give me a D10. Josh, who rolled me my 1.
Hell yeah.
What?
It's more ones.
Let me check this one. What have I got?
One.
Hang on. I've still got all these fucking drow on my GM layer. I need to get rid of them. I feel like I might end up regretting that.
Nah, you won't need them for the next encounter. Surely.
This spells suck. You know what? Yeah, no, it knows better. Let's give that a quick. Alright. Don't even notice it.
Don't even notice it.
Great.
Well,
Did
I
our
was
other
gonna,
ranger
I
die?
was gonna see if, like, it would be actually spotted by anyone, but it had a +9 stealth and it rolled a nat 20.
Okay.
Yeah, that boy's gone.
So
Whoever it was.
there was something, but it knew better than to engage this group.
Cave Fisher.
But
Nah, smarter than that, surely.
Yeah, Kate Fisher would have sent it.
That's true.
it weighed its odds and decided against it. Partly because I didn't feel like running an encounter in which you pretty much went up against like one creature
And clapped cheeks.
and just obliterated it because that would be pointless. Someone give me a d6.
Sorry. Be Jake's turn.
Yeah.
Another 2 days. Give me a d10.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Give me 3d6.
Ooh.
Oh, massive! I hope it's a fight.
That's a lot of mind players, my dude.
Yeah, dude. You're fucked.
Oh god.
My
As you
brain.
walk, emerging from a thin corridor into a larger chamber, where you find a cloister of 17 flumps.
Nice.
You
A
found
cloister.
you found flumps.
We did it, boys.
What are they doing? Just hanging out?
Yeah, seems to be.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'd like to go chat them up.
I mean, Weeknut, you here? We are just speaking telepathically directly into your mind, so no one else can hear it.
Ooh, they say after saying they are disturbed.
Damn. Why are you disturbed? It's like we walked through. My bad.
No, the powerful thoughts of the demon lords pollute the Underdark. Kindness is the only response to such evil.
I don't know, have they tried incredible violence?
I don't think that's really like their thing. Also, I'm pretty sure, like, they're peaceful.
Don't you just want to go ape shit?
See them all sort of just hovering around you. They all seem to be curiously just looking at the group. Where's out there? See,
Oh,
I wanna try to like shake its tentacles.
you do that. It doesn't really resist, but you go, oh, fine. Please don't touch us so suddenly.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I can tell you mean no harm.
Just look kinda squishy.
I assure you, we are most squishy. But please do not squish.
Alright, I won't squish. I've had my squish. I'm good.
Has there been anything like dangerous in the area that we should avoid going forward?
Many a beast and creature comes these ways. Sometimes drow, sometimes worms. See a couple of them look over at Griswold at the back. Sometimes dwarves.
You came through here, didn't you?
Not sure I understand.
Not sure if you want to go along with us for a short while, but yeah. Somebody's nice.
They seem a little spaced out.
I don't know, they seem kind of clustered together. They're not really that far apart in the cave.
I'm in like they don't really know what they want to do.
We
Probably
will
minding their
find-
business. And we've got places to be.
It was nice to meet nice creatures. Safe travels on your way.
Be safe.
Thank you.
See a couple of them like raise up and wave one of the little tendrils
Wiggle, wiggle,
as you
wiggle.
leave. And we can move on.
We defeated the
Bye.
Plumps.
Someone give me a d6.
A 2.
A 2. Alright, give me a d10.
A toot.
A 10. 10
Alright.
Plumps. 10 Plumps.
Give me another d10.
A 4.
Alright. As you are traveling along, If you could, I'd like everyone to be in marching order, because it will help determine actual encounters.
I am. Ika might want to be a little bit further back from me.
I feel pretty comfortable.
'Cause
Where
I've determined how bright I am. Minimum, I am this bright.
I don't think it matters at this point, considering that if we're gonna get ambushed, we're all gonna get ambushed by something.
I'm fine where I am, in the middle.
I'm also fine where I am. I don't really. I guess we can just rearrange the lizards. I don't know how everybody else is riding them. Is Veteran on a lizard? Does anybody else want a lizard? And I guess Grosswalla can have a lizard if Weaknook doesn't want them.
I would probably have to be on a lizard.
Yeah, you take this lizard.
Because I only move 25.
365.
That'll do. Let's try to, let's check this real quick. Alright. As you are traveling, you hear a sudden rumble, more focused and closer than with the purple worm, before suddenly an Umber Hulk bursts out of the wall like the fucking Kool-Aid man.
Oh yeah!
I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Can I scream first?
If you like.
Shall be done.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, at least you got to scream.
I feel like my screaming was well warranted.
The Emerald Enclave Scout rolled better than me, and I have way better dexterity. Truly depressing.
Oh no. He's gonna die.
Sending. Assume everyone's on that. The Umber Hulk, fittingly, goes first. And seems to be on the hungrier side as it goes right for the lizard.
Fair enough.
Which actually manages to avoid its first claw attack,
Oof.
What a man.
but gets smacked by the second for 8 slashing damage for the Umber Hulk. Bites down on it for another 12, killing the lizard.
Ah!
Kashara. It's
Hello.
your turn.
Is the lizard dead?
Oh
Yeah,
no!
the lizard's dead.
Ah.
Wignark, roll me a quick dex save. Alright, you managed to land on your feet. You at least, well, slow to react in combat, at least managed to catch your fall. Stay upright instead of falling down before this beast.
I'm just like, he probably pulled it into his jaws, so I'm just like underneath the lizard, underneath him, pressed against the wall.
Kara. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna run up to the beast.
Okay. I will say, with the start of your turn, you are, as you look towards it, you feel a sort of how to describe this?
Wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, I mean, you just feel almost disoriented as you look at it.
Okay.
You may avert your gaze if you wish, or you can try and power through it.
It's really big. I think I'll avert my gaze and just swing wildly.
Alright, in that case, you'll just have disadvantage.
Okay. Is it cancelled by a weak knock or no?
Yeah, I'll say yeah. He managed to at least land upright.
Okay. Then I will swing. Not undead, I assume.
No, but those do both hit. Alright.
Flurry of blows.
Immediate
Give it the kick.
Another 11?
I'll chuck one stunning strike on that. Because I don't want it to eat all the lizards.
Sure.
It's too late.
Let me roll.
Con save, DC 14.
Alright. Even without looking at it, you managed to... After the first couple of hits, you managed to get a general feel for it and strike into the back of its chitinous body, sending almost a ripple of vibrations through it, which makes it freeze up.
Ah! We win!
It is stunned.
That's me.
Baroness.
It's gonna punch it. Still making the confused check.
Let me double check. This is something I actually have to check. No.
Oh!
Cool.
It's incapacitated and thus cannot force you to be subject to this effect. Alright. The 12 is a miss, but the 21 hits. 14 bludgeoning damage. Baroness pounds into its side and you can see cracks starting to form in its shell. And then Laura.
Then I will cast Blight.
Alright. I'd like to say Con is its second best stat, and it's rolled 2 7s.
Oh,
You see this energy almost peering through the cracks in its shell. Twitches and chitters softly, but still stunned. Aika.
It's actually Griswala's turn before me. I rolled initiative and it didn't go on the order initially. They're supposed to have a 14.
Right.
So I fixed it. So The dwarf scout shall shoot the Umber Hulk with its amazing crossbow. Oh!
Amazing.
Ooh, hell yeah.
It doesn't. Do you have advantage because they're stunned? It can't really get any better, but you know.
I mean, yes.
Okay, well, I'll keep
It's
that in
just
mind.
attack rolls against the creature have advantage, so even ranged.
They only get one shot, so that's it.
Alright. In that case, now it's your turn, Ica.
I'll load my bow. Check all the boxes. Sneak attack, ambush.
Fires the railgun.
Oh no.
Shot one.
It's dead. Yeah, it's definitely dead.
Jesus.
Just line up and fire a shot that cracks straight through its skull. Well, it's
Cracks the
Nice.
exoskeleton.
yeah. Doesn't just crack it, it smashes straight through it. And the beast collapses, dead.
The chat.
Thanks.
So beats back on the menu.
Beat? Bug meat?
Boogie the beat.
Bug meat.
Now lizard meat.
Oh, I thought you said beat.
Now elite.
Beats back on the menu. And dad.
No! No!
It's got the belt.
Beats by dad.
Also gonna have the Baroness fire the fireball, and then I'll put a high level fireball in it.
Okay. You just fire it down the tunnel that the
Yeah.
Umber Hulk had left.
Or I could put sickening radiance in.
Let's
Ooh.
see.
Michael.
Baroness will raise their arms to the sky.
Praise the sun.
Everyone gets 200 XP.
Hooray.
Hooray!
Thanks.
We're almost there.
How much more do we need?
Oh, like 11,000.
Almost there.
And you may give me another d6.
Yes, Goofy.
That was my encounter, so somebody else do it.
Laura up.
No, rob.
Roll low on a d6.
That's 2.
Nice.
Roll a Uno D6.
The Dorolo gang.
The lower we roll in d6s, the more encounters we get.
Man, I'd prefer you roll high so we can just get into the detail.
But level.
Give me a d10.
Find a box of XP potions.
Alright, what's
Ooh.
this one?
Smash them on the ground.
No, you were supposed to drink them.
That's Minecraft.
It's Minecraft. You throw them on the ground.
Give me 2d6.
Oh.
Cool. Okay. You spot 4 troglodytes. You see they
Okay.
ready their weapons, then take a second look at the size of your group, and all just run away.
Fireball.
Do you actually?
I know what troglodytes are.
The little goblin people.
Stinky
They're like-
lizard men.
Roll me history.
Stinky lizard people. But how stinky?
Definitely stinky.
Yeah, sure. I'll fireball that.
Sure. Roll me the fireball.
Yeah, I'd fireball that.
Oh, that was real low.
Oh, they actually have a chance.
Wait. Sorcery point reroll. I can do that.
Alright.
All the
How much
ones
of
and one of the twos. That'd be 11 more damage. 29.
Bad, I'm not rolling for them, they die.
Okay. Huzzah!
You successfully kill 4 troglodytes that were fleeing for their lives.
They didn't have
You
families, right?
monster.
They were terrorists?
Clearly terrorists.
If you say so.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
That was
You
the
alright.
right
get
thing to
22 XP.
Yeah. Good job.
And then I need another D10.
Great.
You monster.
I don't know really if it's a monstrous thing. They were looking to kill us.
Alright, and that was a great psych, cause I did it backwards. Give me a D6.
You son of a flitch.
Hey man, the D6 is just to determine how long before the next encounter. You have to give me the D10 as well, regardless.
What if we make it there in 4 days?
You didn't. You had more than a D6's worth of travel to get there.
Ah, okay.
But
7.
Oh, good. Give me a
Demon Lord!
D6.
Demon Lord! Praise you, Dogo.
All right. You feel the vibrations. Now, now a traumatic reminder
Oh,
of a
yeah.
purple worm. This time, it does not come from up ahead.
From
Come
behind.
from behind.
That's
Run.
actually a possibility, but that's not what you got.
No, it's underneath us.
I'm going to need everyone to make me a dex save.
I'm gonna die.
Holy
Oh
shit.
god.
Miss Laura, no!
I will die now.
Well, hopefully it's a group check so we don't, so everybody doesn't just instantly die to a purple worm.
I mean, if it's a group check, I think we still fail.
True.
9.
Alright, well, luckily for you, this isn't a direct hit, so...
Oh,
Direct hit.
oh, we just get to take
Uh,
a bite attack
The
from
worm bursts out of the wall in the side of the tunnel behind you, going straight across and creating an entirely new tunnel that intersects with the one you were traveling through. However, its burrowing triggers a rock slide and a lot of debris, which is what the deck save is to avoid. The DC was 13.
Oh,
Anyone who did not make the DC takes 12 damage.
Owie.
Warlord's gotta make the save. I forgot about that.
well, we
Never mind.
Thankfully, overall, it doesn't really matter because you're just going to get a rest before this damage would mean anything anyway.
If it was like
was low enough that it didn't
19
kill anyone.
damage, yeah,
Alright, there you go, Miss Laura.
it could have killed all the lizards.
It's bonked me on my head.
And I have booped you
Yeah,
for
it's
13.
accidental, but
Well, technically 16.
its damage wasn't too high. So,
Receive a bonk and a boop.
it's more just a reminder of the danger that they present in this area.
Thanks, Weak Nook.
Anytime.
I will need a d6.
Yosh.
I'll kill us again. Hell yeah, another purple worm coming right.
Alright, give me a d10. Alright.
Please tell me it's another purple worm.
No.
Oh.
No, you find Flumps again.
Yay!
Managed to roll like 3 of the 10 encounters. Multiple times. And just avoided all of the others.
Okay, I will ask for consent before squishing one of their tendrils.
You get consent.
Cool.
It holds up a tendril for you to squinch.
Squinch it. Do a little wiggle, like I'm shaking its hand.
The Flump watches you curiously, unsure what you are hoping to accomplish, but you don't seem to be hurting it, so it doesn't mind.
Absolutely nothing. It just feels funny.
Like a stress.
Vizeron leads you through a narrower tunnel. Where you reach a secret door. As you are approaching this area, Vizeron raises a hand and gives like a small wave, and part of the wall makes a grating sound as it just moves out of the way, revealing a narrow passage. He stops in front of it, turns to the group, looks you over briefly, just says, "I'm afraid your larger companions will be unable to make this journey."
Hmm.
Fair enough.
That's unfortunate.
You
You
wish,
don't need them where we're going, right?
Kind of looks at the Baroness.
Shouldn't. It is my own private sanctum. I'm sure.
Okay.
He kind of looks at the the dwarf and the two knights, essentially.
Yeah, they can
Says,
stay protect them.
Maybe they should stay behind and make camp somewhere. If you
Oh,
wish
yeah,
to
that's a thing.
stay with them and help set that up, I can leave you the key, essentially, to this door. And you can find your own way through to my tower once you are ready.
How long does it take to set up the camp?
That, I believe, is listed somewhere else in the rules, and I'd have to look it up.
I'm sure those three can handle.
Hmm.
It's 150 hours of work.
Jesus
divided
Christ.
by the number of people assisting.
Yeah, that's
So,
just
so 50 hours. If we assist, that's 20-ish hours still.
I will say the Baroness will count for 2 people,
Oh yeah, cool.
due to its capability to, essentially do the work, and any work you direct it to, but is also huge and capable of far greater feats of strength.
If all of
Because
us
of
work,
it.
it's only 16 hours.
Hmm.
which really ain't that bad.
Let's do this.
Right, well, Vizerin reaches into his cloak and pulls out just a sheet of parchment. Step forward and just hand it to Kashara, since Kashara's closest on this map. Just hold this to the door when you're ready. I'll see you tomorrow. And him and Cleve go through the door, which slides back into place and heals up, leaving no real visible trace that it was ever there.
Spooky.
I look at the piece of paper.
As you look, so the paper's folded. You unfold it?
No.
Well, then it is a folded piece of parchment.
Might be single use, I don't know.
I will note the tunnel you're in is also not good for an outpost, so you will have to find a spot nearby.
But you mean that the tunnel that's had constant purple worms going through it isn't a great place?
Well, there's not been a purple worm for 4 days.
I'm gonna be honest, I think in most people's lives, if they didn't see a purple worm once, it would be enough.
You got to see it twice.
Yes, you will need to find a better spot, which is not directly in this tunnel.
What if we forget where this is?
I'm sure you can find your way back.
And
Looking at my bag.
Would you like to look for a spot to set up a camp?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to put one single dot in the ground, just in front of the door.
You're doxing him.
Doxing.
Cold dark side.
Give me survival.
Sure.
Probably
Gonna have to do
Ica.
it.
Highest what?
Survival?
Yeah, probably me.
We give assist.
There you go. Activate the ability of past knowledge. How does a 28 feel?
You know what? You describe to me what your ideal camp in these underdark would be.
Clearly.
Damn, I did that good.
Computers, refrigerators.
What do you mean? I don't need any of that.
A fully stocked Sherman 1944 tank.
Well, I'm just asking because there are a few different forms that an outpost can take. One of the examples given obviously isn't going to work here because you are not on the Dark Lake.
Yeah, clearly.
But you could do, find a small offshoot cavern that doesn't go very deep that you can wall off.
That would probably be what I would want as Ica, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say, or you could set up a small compound in a large cavern, or even a hard, like a high up ledge with a small like platform on it that can only really be accessed by like ladders or ropes.
I'll roll a d2. One is for the small offshoot hidden room, and the other one's for the compound in a much larger room. Compound in a much larger room.
All right. Find short distance away. Give me a d8.
7.
All right. So 7 hours of travel from this door,
Yikes.
but you find a huge cavern full of God, I can't remember the names of any of the
Zerkwood?
fucking like zirkwood trees and
Barrel fungus.
barrel stalks.
Yeah.
It has a couple of it has like a small stream running through it. And off to one side of the room, further away from the nice ocean to throw car batteries into. Further away from the tunnels that go through this cavern, so you can be further away from anything that might wander in. You find a nice rock ledge which can be used for cover and set up. Taking down some of the zirkwoods to assist create like a palisade, a walled off camp about it's a little bit cramped with the Baroness and 3 lizards in it, because it's about 20 by 20 feet, but they don't actually take up their entire spot.
On top of that, it's rather cramped and secure than spacious and vulnerable.
It's honestly more like this, and then these guys have their own little area to work with. Lizards are all kept close by. The Baroness doesn't take up that much space when it's not moving. Also
Just
serves
fold
as
them up.
a good guard. But that takes, another 16 hours of work to set up, so that's the rest of today to get like the walls and that, and then a little bit of you take a rest, a little bit of the next day spent just making sure everything's reinforced and ensuring they've got steady food and water fairly easy in this cavern, thankfully. But seems like this group will have a nice secure location to hunker down in until you return. Which point will attempt to make your way back.
Attempt.
You have to make sure you take the right tunnels. It did take you 7 hours from the secret door to get to this point.
Yeah, us after 10 minutes. Can't we just make a camp here, Ica? No. 7 hours later.
Well, it's just like along the way was just no good spots for a camp.
Ika just turns and just like, you asked me to find a camp, not to walk down the tunnel.
We're nearly there. I can feel it 6 hours later.
I still feel fine.
Yeah, Ika's
We're
chat
nearly
like
there.
led you to probably like the best spot for an outpost in the nearby area.
The
I
best.
could be like, I know a spot.
Has
I could be like, this seems like a good spot. Ends up in Menzo Brands.
has plenty of food and water.
This would be a wide open space without the city here.
The group left behind will be well supplied.
Anyways, do you want me to make that survival check for getting back?
Sure.
Was he
Unless, Shara might want to open her parchment, see if
You-
it helps.
You gotta beat a 28. You're tempting me to waste it. What if
20,
it don't work?
22.
I think maybe you should just open it to see what happens.
It's gonna like
A
teleport
peek.
us back to
I
the
give it a peek.
Looks like a map.
Guys, I made a
Do you
map.
open it more?
Yes.
Alright, you open it all the way up and it disappears. No. You open it all the way up and it's a map of the area. It even has this cavern marked on it.
It says good camping spot here.
Like written just good camping spot, question mark? Pointing directly at where the camp is. No, it does have this cavern marked on the map, but it has like a small marking to denote where the secret door is. With that, I could have found the way regardless with that roll. But with that, and the map, there's no chance of getting lost. You make your way back. And as you reach the door, well, like it's rough area. You see soft purple light start to shine on the map, as well as in like on the rock of the door, writing who speaks Elvish?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Alright. It reads Araj, which is Elvish for vengeance. Or the Drow
alright.
word. The Drow word for vengeance in Elvish.
I remember being told about this.
Right. I tap the light bit on the map to the light.
Alright. As you touch the map to the door, it slides open.
Haha. I did it.
That your group can head on through. The passage behind the secret door is narrow enough that your group needs to move single file, occasionally even turning sideways to squeeze. Well, Ikarin, Kashara do. Wignak and Lorop, being a bit on the smaller side, find it a bit easier to navigate.
High five for the little people.
Hell yeah.
Not enough to high five.
Oh,
Damn it. Once we get to a wider section, then we'll high five. Okay.
fuck yeah.
Because
There's
being
absolutely
blind.
no light in these tunnels.
Oh, there's tons of light in these tunnels.
Yeah.
Yes, except for what you
Literal sunlight in the pump.
the power of the sun. But it takes you about an hour to navigate through them. The journey filled with a constant echo of distant sounds before it suddenly widens, opening out into a cavern whose walls and ceiling are out of sight in the darkness. See bits of quartz and mica in the stone glimmer as they catch the light, showing a footpath worn into the stone floor. At the end of the path, a vast dark shape rises, an enormous stalagmite carved into a sleek black tower.
Ooh.
How many people you think it took to make that?
How do you mean?
Probably a few. Let's go.
Let's run in, guns blazing.
Yeah.
Uh, we already have your group on the other page, so where did it put it? Oh, it's down there.
This does look like a tower level in a video game. Like, oh look, he has statues and mushrooms at the bottom.
So many statues. I'd like to knock on the door.
Yeah, a second.
Oh.
Is this circle room made out of a bunch of straight line walls?
It's made out of one-way walls.
Sorry, it decided to be unhappy with me. I need to reload
We
it.
can see in, but we cannot see out.
Wait, go in. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, was it made backwards?
The door seals behind you.
No, I just intentionally made this floor like that because as you reach it, you find that the door to the tower is open.
Oh, I still not.
I see nothing.
There is no immediate response.
Isran, we're coming in. Wow, a lot of statues.
Decorational or functional, do you think?
I don't know, something's cool.
And do you
You
think
see,
these mushrooms are like the herb garden?
Past the... did I not give yours? Stupid fucking broken shit. Okay, so the cavern outside the tower, reference, is dark, but the inside has the occasional drift globes shedding dim light. While the rest of it is still dark.
Seems like a pretty good place.
As you step past the heavy iron door, which is the only visible entrance, there is a short tunnel which extends through 5 feet of solid rock into a cool, dark chamber. As you enter, a floating orb of pale violet light brightens before you, revealing an opening in the vaulted ceiling and a spiral stone staircase with no railing climbing up into darkness. Around the stairs, the light reveals a circular audience chamber with cold, unlit lanterns hanging from brackets set into the stone wall. Heavy carpets covering the smooth stone floor, and a throne-like stone chair on a raised dais to the left of the entrance. I realize some of these things aren't on the map, but there wasn't a map for this originally, and I thought you might just like having space.
We'll use our imagination.
The ball of violet light floats to a stop beneath the center of the open shaft, beyond the foot of the stairs, and hovers there as if waiting for you.
Looks like he wants us to follow that.
Pretty genius escort.
The
Oh, that
stair
one.
lighting confuses me.
This one's
Wait,
I
clearly the
don't think
bottom.
it overly matters. The idea is just
does.
that you're going up the stairs.
We ascend, and then descend, and then ascend to descend.
Oh yeah, it's because there's no pillar in the middle, so this part shouldn't be dark.
Are you following the orb?
Yeah.
Of course.
Alright.
Orb. We must
Orb.
ponder.
Because-
Trust the orb.
It will take you up the tower, going past each of the landings for each floor.
Ponder orb.
And then, do we trust this guy, or do we want to snoop in his tower?
I don't know. That
You're
seems
always
kind of
Supposed to
Interesting.
trust them, right?
I thought you guys trusted him.
He trusted us enough to give us a map to the secret door.
Which you can see, just walking past each floor. You note that your first floor was a broad antechamber and audience hall. The second floor seems to contain kitchens and storage. The third had guest bed chambers. The fourth is a library and laboratory. How far is it taking you? I don't remember if it's the next floor or the one after. Alright. And then you go past that. You see Vizeran's chambers. Before you eventually stop at the top, which the map creator got lazy and made the top two floors one floor.
Piano.
Piano.
Whose
which is
idea
Vizeran's
was
sanctum.
this?
Fucking bed.
Look at the
Holy shit.
size of that
Nice
toilet.
bed.
Ugh.
I'd feel tempted to jump in his bed if we didn't just spend a few days in, like, Graven Hollow, which had the exact rooms we wanted.
Somebody could fall into that for sure. Goddamn, sir.
As Vizeran. Need to put down cleave again.
Look at that. It's a 2-foot wide opening. Ooh. It's
Almost,
a dangerous toy.
almost 3. This shit's gonna swallow someone, dude.
I mean, the slot is a big boy, right?
Yeah, that's the slot's toilet.
Toilet.
Yeah, Vizeran just
There's-
pulls a Harry Potter and poops on the floor and then disappears.
He shits himself and then casts prestidigitation.
I hate that.
And
Can
it's
look at what every sorcerer.
Harry Potter canon.
No, what are the bathrooms for?
You
They,
see,
well,
That was
until
the
like the
line to go in the
what they
1970s.
used to do.
Yeah, it was
Doing
until
anymore.
like the 70s or something that they did that.
Oh,
It's pretty bad.
Anyway,
And knock, knock, knock.
there's no actual wall.
Mm.
Remember, there's not even a railing on this staircase. You could just tumble off.
Hello.
As you reach
I
the
want to
top, you
get
do
to
also
the-
note that this top floor has a teleportation circle in it.
oh. I want to jump through the middle of the stairwell and get to the Abyss Watchers. Boss fight.
Yeah,
Mm.
Okay.
Except I miss a little bit and clip the
You
stairs
click
at the
one
end.
of the
and
tiny
fucking
little
die.
outcroppings
Yeah.
and just die to fall down. Alright. You reach the top. See Vizeran again. Is there
Oh, is this the teleportation circle?
A chandelier.
Yeah, I thought it was a chandelier, but I don't. Oh yeah, because there's one here as well.
He's got a circle on his bed.
Put a
Yeah.
hand out. The actual thing for visiting.
Oh my god, it's green as hell.
He's wearing a lot of green.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're-
yo.
That's a major flex because there's not very much green down here.
yeah, there is some pretty intense flexing.
Hey, yo.
Or
See,
maybe
look,
he
Jamie-
dyed
Jamie-
it from the blood of a green dragon.
Gives you a nod and motions towards the table.
He's a green dragon.
You
Confirmed.
know, I'll put the death slide over here.
Good thing to see you again.
Glad you could all make it. Seemingly safe and unharmed.
See, that's why him and Weaknook get along. They're both wearing green.
Yeah, see, you're even wearing green. You're reinforcing my idea that it's a luxury and a cool thing to do.
What about orange, though?
5 gold
Please.
says he's a green dragon.
Take a seat and settle in. We have much to discuss. He sits at the head of the table, opposite Cleve.
See, even I couldn't afford an all-green outfit. Mine's like green and blue mixed together. This man's a baller. He got wealth.
He snaps his fingers, and some invisible servants start marching up the stairs, bringing refreshments. To follow up on what we had discussed and what you had learned back in Graven Hollow. The only one of my kind who could ever match me in the art is Gromf Bainry. I think we both knew from the moment we met we were destined to be rivals. Where I sought only to master the art, Gromf was also an astute political manipulator. No more devout than I in the service of the Spider Queen, he arranged for my disgrace and exile. Deprived of my considerable skills, my house fell to our rival, House de Worden. Gromf became the Archmage of Menzo Branson under the auspices of his own house, the first house of the ruling council. He pauses for a moment. No, he
was ousted by them.
yeah, he said his house was basically destroyed by House de Worden.
Doesn't like.
But in the process, also talked him up by saying it was because he wasn't there. And that obviously it would have been a different result if he hadn't been exiled before it happened. And he does pause for a moment as the unseen servants arrive with a platter of dried mushrooms, smoked rothe meat, and some goblets of liquor.
Ooh.
Ooh, thankies.
They as they walk past, he reaches over and takes one of the goblets for himself, taking a sip and putting it before him. Please, help yourselves.
Thank you very much for the hospitality.
Now, Gromf and I only ever had two things in common. Our passion for the art and our hatred of the manner in which our fellow mages suffer at the hands of the matron mothers and mistresses of the Drow. Gromf has always hungered for power,
and not even becoming Archmage of Menzoberranzan was enough to satisfy him. From this Tower of Exile, I kept watch on Grumpf's activities. This was no easy task, given his suspicious and circumspect nature. I will also say, anyone who does try the liquor, it is spicy.
After trying it, I put it very far away.
Not gonna finish that?
Oh,
I slide it towards me.
Nonetheless, my observations revealed that he was crafting a unique ritual. One that somehow drew on the energy of Phaedrus to channel incalculable arcane power. When Grumpf performed this ritual, the walls between the planes shuddered. Then, as you have by now realized, the demon lords were wrenched from their layers of the abyss and cast about here in the Underdark. What we all witnessed in Graven Hollow confirms this. If anyone has any questions before I press on with my proposal, feel free to ask. I will answer as best I can.
Once been wondering on he exiled or is he like protected still? Because tried sending him a message originally and well, I didn't give him my name or anything, but didn't get a response, but kind of like knew it went through.
Right, for all intents and purposes, Grumpf has vanished following the ritual. I've not been able to detect any trace of him, using any resources at my command. Could not tell you exactly what happened. Just that he is no longer around.
is the Phaedrus sentient?
Yeah, my charisma is low as fuck. I got a question. What?
No, I was
Supposed
gonna
to be-
ask him a very rude question, and I was like, no, that's rude. Actually, my charisma is really low.
I don't believe so, but it is permeated and changed, made a sort of catalyst for the madness of the demons.
So is Phaedrus evil then?
Only so much as a river that carries the ships of war be evil.
So,
See.
why were you exiled?
I do believe I touched on that. I was, well, framed, essentially. Grumpf and his political manipulations ensured I took the blame for some failings, and I was cast out for it.
Also, Weaknuck wanted to know how long it took you to make this tower. I don't know if you made it on your own.
pretty damn impressive.
Well, first to touch more detail, I was essentially portrayed as a non-believer in the Spider Queen.
That seems ridiculous.
That I was cast out and left to die. That was centuries ago now.
Oh,
And
damn.
in that time, I spent my time and my power to create this safe haven for myself. To spend many decades in study to further my mastery of the art.
I have a question.
Hmm.
Been alive for
Yes?
centuries, but it appears you are maidenless.
Can't just do that to him.
Don't actually say that.
Content enough to watch from afar, and if you hadn't noticed, both myself and Grumph have, in our own way, sought to tear down the rule of women in our society.
Nice.
Pretty difficult task.
Just the Cleve, who's just like chomping some meat, just boosh.
You can't just say that.
Oh, the boys.
Thank you. No further questions.
Where'd you get that? I point at the dragon skull. What I assume is a dragon skull.
Damn it, Dick. That, actually, I bought that, off a merchant in Gracklestug. I think it's fake. But,
Well, it looks very cool.
yes, I thought it would serve as a nice decoration.
Really matches your robe.
Yes, I thought so myself. I'm rather fond of this color.
Good choice.
For a second, I was like, oh, maybe you're a green dragon. But then you told that whole story about living down here for hundreds of years.
You might still be a green dragon.
That
Yeah, I
would be
wanna
quite
see
a
it.
turn of events, wouldn't it?
Oh, he's definitely a green
He's
dragon.
definitely a green dragon.
Oh shit.
Like, you look at that, you assume, like, you look at him, you look at the robe, you see his robe almost perfectly matches the
Green?
color of
Green?
the. Yeah, well, not just green, like the shade of green
Yeah.
is almost a
They're both
perfect match.
green.
And you actually, like, looking closer, almost see his sharp features sort of seem just a little bit draconic.
Sus.
Definitely a dragon.
Did you have any other questions?
Thinking on the capability of their power. Well, I guess that would be a matter of planning at that point. Like, being able to withstand any magics that they have. Well, actually, I am curious. Do you have anything that could, like, help avoid issues with Phaedrus?
With Phaser specifically, no. But, should you agree to assist me in my plot, that is essentially what it is, there is some equipment I can bestow upon you to assist you get what needs to be done.
I can't really deny. It'd be nice to have the hollows all around here basically return back to normal without the issue of the Phaedrus. Feel like I'm all ears for whatever plan this is.
Alright, no other questions?
I don't have any.
But what's with your boy over here?
You mean Cleve?
Yeah.
He is bound to my service.
Clearly only
he
serves based people.
Reaches under his cloak for a moment and pulls out. He's got a necklace with a small crystal on the end of it, and shows that for a moment, and then tucks it away again. If you'd like, you can roll me an Arcana.
It's his balls in a jar.
Got him by the
Excuse me.
balls.
Ah,
Jeez.
nice.
Oh, nice, nice.
Jeez.
Nailing it.
Oh, man.
I refuse to roll.
All
I
right.
just 2 them anyway.
Um, It is. I'm not quite sure how all of you happen to know this information, but all of you, in some way, recognize that this is this smoky crystal on a chain that Vizarin is wearing is a control gem.
Mm.
And so long as Vizarin possesses this gem, Cleve must obey him and cannot be charmed.
Ooh.
Spicy.
Yeah, alright.
Give me 1 gold for it.
You wish. Clearly it's Crystal. Yeah, didn't you bring yours? I thought we were going to charge them.
Yeah, I got mine ready.
Mm.
Alright, sweet. Like any other sane creature, I have no wish to see my home, to see the Underdark become home to the denizens of the Abyss. And I would hope that even among you surface dwellers, you would feel that same desire. For once they establish domains here, there will be nothing to stop them from surging up to Faerun to spread their madness and chaos. Such an outcome is, in fact, inevitable, given time. I want to take it a step further. My old rival cast me out. For that, I want him destroyed. Ironically, the reason I was cast out was a fabricated disbelief in the Queen of Spiders. Something that grew to be genuine in my time away. Now I would have nothing more than for her to be thwarted, for her to be revealed to the Drow as the treacherous creature she truly is. The madness and chaos that she has spread here in the Underdark will be the ruin of Menzoberranzan. The survivors will turn away from Lolth and her priestesses. When they do, they will need someone to guide them. Fortunately, demons are creatures ruled by madness and hatred, even the greatest and most powerful of them. They war ceaselessly upon each other in the abyss, and have already begun to do so here. We can play them against each other and deal with the weakened victors. I believe, after thorough study and observation, that I have the ability to devise and cast a ritual similar to Gromph's, but nowhere near as dangerous or foolish, that will draw the most powerful demon lords together to the site of the original summoning.
Oh,
Once together, they will try to destroy each other. Though they might destroy each other's physical manifestations, their essence cannot be extinguished. They will thus be cast back to the abyss as effectively as if they had been banished. If we are lucky, this will leave but one weak and injured survivor who we can take care of ourselves, thus ridding the Underdark of the Demon Lords and their corruption for good.
Sounds like a plan. All we have to do is sneak into Menzoberranzan and that House Bainry Tower, I assume?
That's not all. The ritual will need certain components to produce the talisman that will draw the demons. Then, a rite to empower and activate it. Then, blood and battle. All I need are the necessary ingredients. And, ideally, a look at Gromph's grimoires and notes from his sanctum. Those of you with higher passive perception see a thin smile curling up in one corner of his mouth.
yeah, I figured that's where we're coming in.
I think he's trying to smile.
You think he'd have his grimoires on him or left behind in the panic?
I believe they will have been left behind, but perhaps sneaking in to acquire them can be the last step in this plan.
Well, yeah, if
After
we need
all-
to go there to do it.
Yes, I believe you have picked up exactly what I was thinking. They should be close to the site of the original summoning, so we can get those last. The rest, however, the Dark Heart will require several unique components. And I do not believe these will be easy to find. Suppose I should write you a shopping list, as it were.
Yeah, you've looked him up while you were in Gravenhollow, right?
What I could, the rest deducted from my studies. The first I will need is the intact and unhatched egg of a purple worm.
Miss.
Fucking what?
Why?
You may not realize this, but the eggs of a purple worm are great catalysts, capable of channeling extreme amounts of power.
That is an odd thing to be a powerful catalyst.
Well, I mean, it is a giant living creature that just naturally moves Earth.
I
There's a lot
believe
of things that
you
do
may
that.
recall the group of drow we encountered on the way here. My
The
observation,
bugbears.
yes, with the bugbears. From my observation, they were a group of drow hunters who embark on much the same kind of journey as the one I am about to send you on.
I see.
The eggs of purple worms are highly valued and much coveted. May sound a fool's errand, but it is one that many of our kind undertake.
If
The
you say
second-
so, then it must be necessary.
The second is the central eye of a beholder.
Like, fucking excuse me?
At least we know where one of those is.
Break down magical resistance and overcome magical forces. Natural projection of an anti-magic cone is invaluable for this ritual. The third item, and judging by your reactions, will elicit no less a response than the previous two. 6 feathers.
Of?
From
Fucking
6
chicken, right?
different angels.
What? What do you mean?
The rest of those are doable, but where are we gonna find 6 angels in this pit?
Evan?
Luckily for you, I have in fact located potential sources for every component I require, and can provide directions to retrieve them.
Wait.
I can't believe you're serious.
Tell me the Beholder one is in Mantle Dareth.
No.
Okay, we
Do
don't.
you know of a beholder in Mantle Dareth?
No? What's Mantle Dareth?
What the fuck is that? I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I thought.
How do you know what
The
Mantle
beholder I
Dareth
had
is?
in mind lives within the worm writhings. This is also where you will find the egg.
Oh, is the beholder guarding the egg? We have to fight the beholder and its mother, purple worm, at the same time.
Or is it a
That
purple
sounds like it would be
wormhole?
rather unfortunate for you. I surely hope that is not the case.
Yeah, I hope not.
And if it is, I hope you find a better way than confronting them head on.
Beholder's are like huge. How do we get its eye? Like just in a bag?
Well, just cut it out, I suppose.
Does it need to be fresh?
Fresh enough. I would hope that you return to the tower post haste after acquiring it.
How
Anyway,
close
the
is that back
angel
close?
feathers are needed for the authority of celestial realms and to act as a force to enrage fiends.
I see.
The list also is not finished.
Okay.
After that is the heart of a Garistro.
What the fuck?
This is amazing.
Reach and influence the hearts of other demons. Then, 13 Timasks. You may know. He looks at you, Wakenux, and says, "You may know these as devil's mushrooms. Specifically, they need to be sprouted from the footprint of a Marilith, a Baelor, or a Garistro.
Oh. I don't like it.
Then I'll need the original shirt King Arthur wore.
Barring Gromp's grimoires and notes on his ritual to better understand the power that summoned them here, I will also need a few drops of blood or ichor from a demon lord. You need not win a fight against one, only wound it.
Alright.
Somehow the purple worm was the easiest thing.
I think the
Yeah, that
mushrooms
is
are
why
the
I started
easiest
with that
thing.
one.
Yeah, but that involves going to hell.
Well, somewhere in the abyss.
But can you write this down?
Yes. He motions to the servants, and one of them brings over a parchment and a quill. He quickly writes down on it this list of items. Says, as I said, the egg and the beholder can be found in the worm writhings. The angel feathers and demon heart can be claimed in the labyrinth. The grimoire will be in Menzoberranzan. As for the Timask and the blood of a demon lord, that is up to you.
Oh, jeez.
What was the thing you said after Angel Feathers and Demon Hearts?
Timasks, 13 devil's mushrooms. Sprouted from the footprint of a great demon.
Like that.
6 angel feathers from 6 different angels. Do you remember that part?
Yep.
Surely they'll just be like, oh, hey, yeah, you want some feather? Of course.
I
And that's
mean, this
in
is
the
for a
labyrinth?
good cause. Yeah, what's the labyrinth?
Labyrinth. That is a sprawling network of twisting tunnels and caves. It extends approximately 240 miles. Within the heart of the labyrinth is the Gallery of Angels.
Gallery.
The one place I know of where you may find the feathers required for this talisman. South, mostly. My calculations are right. The gallery itself lies some 300 miles from where we are currently.
We can do it.
Pretty sure we can.
Yeah. We've got this.
He says with confidence as his eyes are watering.
Crying. We can do it.
The worm writhings are most immediate, being just a short distance to the west. I mean, we pretty much had to walk around them to get here. I advise you start there.
Yeah.
That explains all the
Find yourself a nest of a purple worm, and you should find yourself the egg. Additionally, I've heard rumors of a beholder living in the vast oblivion, a chasm deep within the worm writhings.
Sure.
Sounds pretty terrifying.
May hunt down that beholder you surely don't know of in the town that doesn't exist. Or you may seek out the one within the worm writhings. Matters not, so long as you return the central eye to me.
Mm-hmm. So you're not coming?
No. Other preparations to make for this ritual. But while you are here, you are free to use my library to make whatever studies you wish, though I would say it is not as expansive as the one you left recently at Graven Hollow. And while some of you seem more magically inclined, I doubt any of you share the same aptitude for the art as I. As I feel there is little I can assist with in teaching you any of the magic that I know. However, he claps his hands once, and some unseen servants come out. In front of each of you is placed a Pawafwi.
All right. So,
With the
Neatly
unseen
folded.
cloak.
On top of the Pawafwi is a small amulet.
Is that like the Drow Cloak of Protection?
It's a cloak of elven kind.
Cloak of Drow kind now.
yeah,
Yeah.
just don't take it to sunlight.
Perception
Don't
check
take it
made.
to sunlight, you say.
Oh, does the sword count? Surely
The
not.
sword is literally sunlight.
Fucking puts them on the table, they vanish. Oh,
It requires an hour
jeez.
without interruption.
Oh,
So you just
jeez.
have to remember to turn the sword off once an hour.
For
But
a
it's always
millisecond.
on.
He doesn't like turning off.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, she doesn't like turning off when it is dark. It's not dark in here, so she's not on.
The amulet, he will explain, can be used. It is essentially a scroll of protection from fiends.
Oh, like that thing I had before?
Probably. It can be used once, and then it becomes non-magical.
Right.
How the hell do you spell Puafwewe?
Iwafwi.
Piwafwi.
Piwafwi.
Okay.
I'll just give myself a cloak of Drow kind piece of I forget what a Piwafwi is.
I'm sorry, what was the amulet? Cloak of... Sorry. Protection thingy.
It is a scroll of protection from fiends.
But forever?
No, it is a one-time use.
Oh. But at least we can use it.
Using an action to activate the amulet, as opposed to read the scroll, encloses you in an invisible barrier that extends from you to form a 5-foot radius, 10-foot high cylinder.
Yeah, this
Five-
is the thing I had earlier.
Yeah, for 5 minutes, it prevents creatures of the specified type from entering or affecting anything within the cylinder.
Yeah, I used it and it stopped like one attack and then she smashed it.
Yeah, what wasn't that because you used it against a demon lord?
Wasn't that what it's for?
Not exactly.
Yeah, we can just use them. Just take turns using them, and get like 5 turns of safety.
I mean, yeah, it also does work like that, but yes, a creature can attempt to overcome the barrier by making a DC 15 charisma check.
And as a demon lord, they have like plus 15 to everything.
They were just able to overcome the barrier.
They're just amazing.
Along with that, you are free to use Iraj as a safe haven so long as our alliance holds. Won't accept an army being housed within my home, but you and your allies are free to take shelter here, as you see fit.
Cool.
Suppose I never introduced them, so try not to bother Grin too much.
Ooh.
Turn in my seat and look around the room.
He's not up here.
Oh.
Grin is my apprentice. May try and support some conversation, but mostly I'm just letting you know he's around, not to be too surprised at the other inhabitant of my tower.
We will do our best to be respectful.
I'm gonna go finish this food somewhere else.
Are you
All right.
bullshitting to go find Grin?
Yes.
Okay, roll deception.
Not really being deceptive. It's pretty obvious I'm gonna go find Grin. My -2 deception.
I mean, he raises an eyebrow, but as you were leaving, the only thing he says as he turns to you is, you, just as an FYI, you don't need to use the stairs.
Oh.
Challenge accepted.
Yeet.
Oh wait. Oh,
That's him just telling you.
does that mean he's still? Either that means you don't need to use the stairs; you can throw yourself off, or he's in this room.
Roll insight.
Oh,
Oh.
You can tell he 100% means you can just throw yourself off.
okay. Is this as high up as the stairs go?
Yes. You're on the top floor.
Okay, well, I do sort of just want to go to like the next floor down because that was like the only one we didn't look in.
Okay.
So I won't deed myself off.
He seems a little disappointed. But with that insight, you can also tell he is being 100% truthful that you do not need to use the stairs at all.
I'd probably be fine anyway. I'd take like 20 less full damage. Actually, like 35 less full damage. I go looking for a Grin.
Sure. While you're doing that, what's everyone else up to?
I'm admiring his ceiling.
Snacking on some roth meat.
All right, weakness.
Weaknock is DC'd.
He's dead. Okay. Vizeron will add one final note to the list that he was writing. Then step up, walk over and put it in front of Lorop. And then you see He excuses himself. Uh,
Let's go play the piano.
no. I will say, as I noted before, the map doesn't split the 5th and 6th level. So one floor down from here is just Vizeran's room. But you see him walk over to the stairs, and he steps straight over the central shaft that's just completely empty, and just floats, and then slowly just begins to descend.
He's
Oh,
walking away to go shit himself.
I thought I was gonna fall all the way to the bottom and then have to climb up the stairs.
I don't know why you would assume that. Like,
I don't know.
What wizard would build a tower like
like
that?
I even told you, he genuinely meant you don't need to use the stairs. Just walk. He walks out and just descends to a different floor, and everyone up the top sees him disappear. Kashara, as you're walking down the stairs, are like
Like
half
a
a
peasant.
flight below where he stops. When he enters, you do see him levitate down the shaft and stop on the floor. On the 5th floor. You guys were on the 6th. He stops on the 5th, and you're heading further down to look for Grin, I assume, who you will find on the 4th floor in the library.
Is there a library map to go to?
Yeah, over here.
Oh my god. It's so bright.
Yes, well, it is a library. It's easier to read when there's light.
Yeah, you know, not fuck up your eyes.
Another green dragon skull.
I'm starting.
Yeah, they're just all over the place. It's wild.
It's his whole family. They opposed him.
Okay. I don't have a token for Grin. So let's just grab one of the drow ones. It's supposed to be that one, but I like this better.
A very high collar.
I mean, he's a mage. He's a little bit up himself.
Maybe this far now I don't know what to do.
You just, what, like staring at him?
Why did you go?
Oh, I wanted to see what it looked like.
Yeah,
Come
like,
to look at
he's
you.
like in the middle of like going through a book, and after a few moments of you just standing there, he kind of looks like this. Can I help you?
No? Sorry, I thought you might have been like a lizard person or something. Just wanted to see what you were.
Okay, little bit rude.
if we're gonna be teaming up with your boss, then you know, I want to meet the crew.
Ah, right, you're his new assistants, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd say partners, but it doesn't really feel like that. We definitely work for him.
Well, I'm Grin O still, and pretty much the same.
What you doing?
Studying to improve my own mastery of the art. Until such a time as my master decides that he has a new job for me. In which case I am once again relegated to the servants' work, as a good apprentice is to do.
Hmm.
There's
Wait,
like
what?
a momentary pause, and then he chuckles. I mean, it's not that bad. There's
The actual servants take care of most of the, servants' work. More like minor errands.
You mean all that floating food and stuff like that?
Yes. Those, his unseen servants, there are a few of them on every floor. He, gives a short whistle, and, a book comes floating over from, the other side of the library. And he looks down and it's like, picks it up, kind of looks at it for a moment, flicks through the first couple of pages, and then just throws it back at the airspace, where it seems to sort of thud into something before coming to a stop floating in the air. He's like, "No, not this one, you idiot."
Oh, he's mean.
Oh, they don't have feelings.
What did he say his full name was? His house name?
Grin still.
Oh, Grin, are you like what's the word again? Not outcast. Like
Exiled?
exiled, yeah.
Yes.
You exiled as well? Oh. Oof.
I made a few mistakes. Among an alliance of drow mages known as the Council of Spiders. As you can imagine, an alliance as such is not exactly legal. And the matron mothers almost had me executed. Being exiled is, well, almost a death sentence. I got lucky when Vizerin found me.
That's lucky, I guess. I'll just annoy him for a while.
you don't even need to roll a check for this. You don't even need to roll a check for this. You were pretty much told like 5 minutes ago by Vizerin that he has been spying on Menzo Baranzin for a long time now, and he probably like saw them exile this guy and went to go pick him up personally.
Mm-hmm.
That luck was not really involved in the matter.
Was not luck, but skill.
He's like, hey,
Oh my god, it's the beer.
37.
Jesus.
yeah, I'll just annoy
Pre-made.
this guy for a while until everyone else decides we're gonna go.
Alright. Well, you are free to stick around here as long as you want, but the longer you stay, the more Vizarin will insist you actually go do your job.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go fight purple worms, or beholders, or angels.
Day 6 of eating free food in this town. Well, we're just haven't really eaten anything in a while.
Just gathering our strength. We'll go. We'll start at working tomorrow.
You said
We're
that
sleeping
every
here.
day for a month.
We're
Yeah,
sleeping
but I
in
mean
bed
it
again.
today.
You're gonna have to
You
start
said
paying
that
rent.
too.
I really mean it.
And that.
No.
You know, the economy's harsh out there. We can't move out. It's not
In
fair.
fact, I started keeping track. We're at 29, I'll do it tomorrow's.
Oh no.
23, I mean it this times. And 16, no, I really mean it. With an additional 9, I'm really serious about it.
Eh.
Anyway, you're free to set up whenever you want.
We ready to boogie?
Oh, we ain't gonna be doing much here.
As an aside, as you have pretty much completed an entire chapter by chatting, everyone gets 2,000 XP.
Hooray!
Oh,
10,000 XP?
2,000.
1,000 XP.
2,000. I will make your total 2,000 XP if you keep this up.
oof.
We're almost
Additionally-
halfway there.
Lorop, the
Yeah.
the extra notes that Vizarin left on the piece of paper that he gave you
Yes.
tell you how to operate the levitation lift
Oh,
that makes up the center shaft of the staircase.
alright. Okay. We'll go over this with Weak Nokanaika. So you gotta imagine femboys to go up and MILFs to go down.
What the fuck?
No, I actually can tell you exactly how it works.
Damn it.
Begins reaching for their knife.
The central shaft of the tower has a permanent levitate spell. Regardless of whether you fall or step into it, you will immediately be suspended in midair. And then you pretty much just use drow words to control whether you go up or down. To
Alright.
descend, it is Aluhal Kafion,
Oh no.
which makes you descend at 20 feet per round until you reach the bottom. To ascend, it's Kulam, which makes you rise at 20 feet per round until you reach the top floor. And you will halt immediately if you say Ilkalik.
Are these just like the actual Elvish drow words for up, down, and stop?
Descend, rise, and halt. Yes.
Excellent. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the worm tunnels.
Oh boy. Gonna be an interesting. Hopefully we don't too much adults anymore.
Do we want to go get the rest of them?
Yeah, we might not actually
They
have to
gave
fight
us
any.
these stealth cloaks.
We might not have to fight any worms. You could just sneak in and get the egg.
And then jump down a giant endless chasm to fight a beholder.
I think we return with the egg and then go back for the beholder. I don't think we should carry an egg around while doing other things.
Can any of us even really carry it? How big is it?
We'll find out. Hopefully it can fit in a bag of holding. Does we have those, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got one. We've got bags of holding.
And you've got an easy way to carry it.
Yeah, I'm hoping it fits.
Size of a chicken egg turns into a train. Hell yeah.
Of course. Once the egg cracks, it just explodes like one of those inflatable rafts.
It's like one of those dinosaurs you can put in water and it slowly expands.
Yeah, yeah.
Except it's just soaking in Phasrus.
Alright. So, you make your way towards the worm-rat things.
It's worm time.
It's a short enough journey, I'm not going to make you roll anything. Takes,
Oh, I want to fight 3 troglodytes on the way.
Blow them up with a missile.
Too bad.
Yeah, right.
Sure.
After a few days of travel, as you are getting close to it. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. I don't want to accidentally skip a whole bunch. What do you miles away? Okay, so it takes 2 days from the tower to reach the area you have been sent to by Vizerin. Has given you a map for this. Oh yeah, okay, so that's extremely lucky. Takes only 2 days to actually reach the nursery. Well,
Nursery.
yeah, you know, where the eggs will be.
Eggs plural.
Do you think I've actually read that part?
Yeah.
That's
You
too
wish
many
to
eggs. We
believe
need to
that
go
I've
somewhere
read.
else. We only need one.
Multi-egg drifting.
As you are getting close to the area marked on the map, you see an area where the remnants of a rock fall have opened up a small vaulted cavern along the passageway. Apart from the occasional glowing insect scuttling along the walls and the bright glowing blade that Kashara carries, the cavern is dark.
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Do you wanna just have the sword off and I'll cast light on you? Will that be okay?
I asked Dawnbringer.
She's grown a little more comfortable with you and your group, and agrees as long as she gets to be on for some of the day.
Sure.
You're negotiating with a teenager, like, no, you can't be on the phone the entire day. 3 hours.
Only 3 hours is allowed on the phone.
I'll still carry her in my hand like, the whole time.
Okay. So, suddenly there's a loud voice which booms out all around you in Undercommon. Those of you who can understand Undercommon,
Hey, hey.
What up?
hear it say, "Turn back or suffer." That. Sorry, I already fucked it up. My bad.
Suffer me now.
Suffer the consequences.
Suffer the consequences. No. Turn back or suffer a death so horrible you cannot imagine. You have been warned.
I
What?
think this was like an automatic thing. I step back and then step forward again. Try and trigger it again.
It does not trigger again.
We're just in, like, some one-way tunnel, right? No one's watching us?
You are in like a small cavern that opened
Okay.
up along the passageway.
Can I look for people?
Sure, roll a perception check.
I play I Spy with my little eye.
Source of the voice.
Who be speaking to me?
Also, hang on, let's go back
Who
to
be hitting me with the fat
the
dab?
cavern. And I will put all of these guys on the GM later.
Supper me now.
Alright.
You will supper me.
With those perceptions, damn. The two of you spot a single drow hiding in the rubble.
Hey, what's the big deal, huh?
Ica gets out their bow.
Is this your territory or something?
Are you like aiming it, Ica, or?
Half ready to start killing them. I'm not doing it yet. It's like, you know, I have the arrow in my hand and the bow out, but I'm not aiming it at them.
Right. Okay. Lorop, you hear a second response. Fools! Flee now! This is your final warning.
Almost feels like I'm like about to respond in like a playwright.
Are you like gonna attack us, or are you just like trying to warn us about the worms, because we're here for the worms anyway.
You speak Undercommon, Kashara?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, they're probably egg hunters and shit like that.
Yeah, probably. Foolish fool! You've messed with the natural order!
If you proceed, I will be forced to destroy you with my powerful magic.
Okay, that just sounds like...
Wait, Laura, how far are they?
I don't know, 60 feet away?
I don't know. Well, see how far.
They're pretty close.
Okay, I'll cast darkness on them.
Oh,
I would like to dash up to them with my 55-foot speed.
Okay. As Lorp casts darkness on them, you just hear it. You just hear like a yelp of surprise, and then the clatter of rocks as they fall over.
Dash up.
I'll also run up.
Did you do the darkness you can see through, Laura?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm
Go over
going
to where
to-
Elaine is.
Push and shove them.
Okay.
Or try to.
Make an athletics check.
Yeah.
I'll give you advantage because I can't see you.
When you try to right click something to death in your inventory. Shove.
Alright. You run up and try to shove them, and they panic from the sudden force. Go to where Kashara is.
Oh, right.
To be fair, you did say go to where Elaine is.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, go to where Elaine is.
Look, man, we haven't played this game in a while. Leave me alone. It's like this. Something like that, yeah. I don't think this map even has that turned on, does it?
Ugh.
There we go.
Oh.
Alright. Can everyone see?
Yeah.
Yep.
Aside from the people who are getting their vision obscured, like, you can still see, you can see that there's like a spot where there's darkness, right?
No,
Yeah.
I cannot see there's a spell when there's dark.
You're in the middle of it, Kashara. It's
Oh,
set to have it's set to have one-way
Ah,
visibility,
I
so
see.
Lorop can see out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not gonna also put a box that I put around you.
my light has been killed.
That would be too much to manage. Let's put this here. Boop.
It's just a little boy.
I'm just a little girl.
Yes, as you like run up and try to shove her, she panics and just pushes you back.
Yes.
She rolled a 13,
Fair enough.
I
which was
can't
pretty good given
see.
that she was in a panic and used her strength instead of her dex to escape the shove.
Listen here, we've got no quarrel with you. Let us pass.
She's like standing up, like sort of like turning, trying to like pinpoint the exact source that your voice is coming from. She's looked directly at you once and immediately turned and kept trying to find where you were. It's just, I can't do that. Give up now, and I won't destroy you.
I don't think you're in any such position, and I'll run circles around her.
Alright, you see she tries to cast a spell. It does nothing in this darkness, because she tried to create some light, and it was
Right.
not strong enough. And now she seems to be panicking. You can also see that she is clearly rather haggard and probably hasn't eaten in a long time.
Huh.
Look, kid, we're not trying to hurt you. We just want to get past.
Yeah, what's your deal? Who hurt you?
See, she kind of hesitates for a moment, and then, like, gulps, and then kind of takes up like a fighting stance, and casts mage armor on herself.
Does that have a verbal component?
Yes.
If I hear her trying to cast something, I'm gonna just try to grapple her and pin her to
Okay.
the ground.
Yeah.
We'll
Uh,
soon
disadvantage
push
or-
Make
her
an
again.
athletics check. Same for you. Alright. She manages to avoid, like, slip out of your grip, Kashara. But then, what kind of shove are you? Like, just prone, or?
Yeah, just prone.
Alright, and then Laurent knocks her over.
We don't want to fight you. Don't get in our way.
We're going to regret this! She, will fire a ray of frost, which just flies, like, wildly past you and hits the wall.
Sure. Yep.
Are you two fighting somebody in here?
That was a warning shot!
We're not trying to fight them. They're just, I don't know, in the way.
There's some kind of uppity, starved drow girl in here.
Starved.
Yeah, I'll drop the darkness. So everyone can have a look at her.
Alright.
Why is she on the floor?
Yeah, you see she hasn't picked herself back up. And when the darkness goes away, she, like, looks around, sees your group, and, like, immediately starts scrambling back to her feet.
Okay.
I'll, like,
stand.
crouch down and offer her a hand.
I'm going to stand on her.
Escalated myself.
Like, hands on my hips.
Saucy.
Are you gonna try and help regardless, Kashara?
I'll, like, offer her a hand, and then I assume Larp just bounces up and jumps in her stomach.
No, I don't jump on her, I just step on, like, you stay down.
That's right.
Alright, well, she's still gonna try to stand up.
Okay.
And it's
Actively try
conflicting
to-
messages.
Unless you want to roll a check to try and keep her down.
Never gonna keep me
Yeah.
down. I get up again.
Oh. Give me an athletics to try and hold her down. All right. Now that she can see you, she
Yeah.
easily just slips out and stands back up.
I put my hands up. Don't destroy us.
And why shouldn't I?
Why should you?
Shouldn't try.
You're so close to death already, it wouldn't be hard.
That's pretty fucking dark.
She's seems like really confused at the moment. It's like, because you're surface dwellers.
I'm not.
All right.
Okay, except him. But Swarfneblin are enemies of the Drow too. You won't
Kinda
get
racist.
off that easily.
I'm an acolyte. I sit home all day and read books.
What, just...
You're an enemy of the Drow.
For reading?
You know what you did.
What?
She knows about the books under my bed.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's very in character. The Weaknock has no idea what you're talking about.
100%.
Because Swarfneblins don't write anything down.
Yeah.
So basically none of them remember why the Drow attacked them so long ago.
Listen. Yes, some of us are from the surface. Does that mean you need to kill us?
Yes!
No.
I-
Why?
Because you're an enemy.
You're from the underground and we don't want to kill you. Well, at least I don't.
I don't know.
I seem pretty relaxed about it. I'm still very confused. You know about the books under my bed? That's kind of fucked up.
Books? What? Why don't you want to kill me, huh?
Like this little
Heard surface
girl.
dwellers. Heard surface dwellers were weak, soft little things.
Well, I'd put it
Maybe we can
maybe.
soft, but...
I'm not even a surface dweller.
The
and I'm all those
perfect
things.
example. Perfect example right here.
Hey,
Could wipe the floor with all of you. I'm sure of it.
Well, me maybe, but like the rest of them, I'm pretty sure it'd be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, this one here, I pointed at Ica, would probably kill you before you get your next spell off, so please don't try anything.
I would have killed you if Lorp didn't put down that big ball of darkness.
Yeah, she's pretty scary. Like, you know, the reason why we could see her is like, because there's a little bit of light. If she takes like 2 steps back, she disappears entirely. It's really fucking scary.
wherever you got your ideals from, they're archaic. I suggest you change them.
Welcome to the Underdark.
That's. No, I'm sure you're all just trying to trick me and get me to lower my guard. I'll not fall for it. Turn back, or I'll eliminate all of you.
Can I just ask, like, what the fuck you're protecting? Because, like, we're just kind of here for some eggs.
But the eggs. Those are ours. You can't have them.
Just want one.
Do you work with the hunters?
Yeah.
No. I'm not telling you anything.
I mean, it's gonna really blow your fucking mind, but we're kind of here to get this for a drow.
I'm not gonna believe anything we say, but he's not lying. Long story short, we're here to save the underdog.
Yeah, you know, lemon gorgon and stuff.
You're right, I don't believe it. No drow would willingly work with a Svirfneblin.
Do I look like I'm working with him? Where is he?
You said you're doing it for him. That's close enough. They wouldn't entrust such a task to you.
Don't they have, like, slaves and shit?
I mean, yes, but you are unguarded.
And?
No collars, no shackles. Clearly free folk.
Maybe I'm just really addicted to fucking drow booty, who knows?
Maybe I should... Oh, that's an excellent idea. I'll make all of you my slaves instead of destroying you.
Alright, I agree.
What?
You want us to get eggs for you, right?
Clearly worth a lot of money.
What?
We're your slaves, we're here to hunt
Kishara.
eggs.
Kishara, roll a... I don't know... Deception? Or persuasion, whichever's closer to what you're trying to do.
I feel like that's persuasion.
I'll let
it's
you decide.
Persuasion.
Damn,
That was a
even with
good
a
roll, but I
negative.
got -2.
She loving the abs, bro. We'll keep working that ego.
Alright. Good that you can see reason.
Also, as our master, you would probably want all of our stuff. Here's some food.
Damn.
I take a bite out of it to prove it's good food.
You'll,
Deluxe mushrooms.
like watch you eat it and be like, take it and just start eating. See, she takes a couple of steps over to the side and just sits down on some rubble.
Have we got water?
Of course. Hey.
Waddle my tiny legs forward and pass her water skin.
Like goes to take it and then stops, looks over at Kashara because Kashara took a bite out of the mushroom first. Went, take a sip so I know it's not poisoned.
Ooh,
Alright.
indirect kiss.
Alright. Take it. Take a good swig. Stand there for a moment. She waits, like, see, not dying. Pretty good.
All right, good. She'll take it and just start gulping it down.
You've got deep gnome cooties now.
Oh no. No!
What's that?
Oh, you wouldn't want to know.
Some horrible Svirfneblin disease.
It's like
Traitor!
It's like lycanthropy. You'll become me. No, no.
Roll a deception.
Should I do this at disadvantage?
Sure.
Because that is the most outlandish shit I've ever heard.
Kind of stops for a minute. You're just making this up. Starts drinking again.
Yes.
Oh, we should probably know our new master's name. Unless you want us to just call you master.
Or mistress, whichever, like title. Master of the universe. Queen of the cave.
Oh, right, I'm, Han Hullen.
Is that legit?
Roll an insight. It's legit.
Han Helen.
You're a bit young, aren't you, Han?
Can anyone who, anyone, just one person.
Anyone who is
But
anyone.
someone give me just a persuasion check.
I'll do it.
I refuse.
23.
All right, perfect. He's like, yes, well, I was supposed to be hunting with my mother, but a couple worm came through and separated me from the rest of the group. Pretty sure they probably all got eaten. So, just me now? I'm the new boss?
You thought the best course of action was to hide amongst some rocks and kill people.
No, I thought the best course of action was to find somewhere safe, and then a bunch of people came walking down the cavern, and I hid.
Hey, did this group happen to have like a bunch of bugbears? So that was like 10 days ago at this point, right?
It would not surprise
Yeah.
me if that really is the case.
The way
You know
she
what?
said this, it feels like this happened recently.
High or low for favorable?
Hi.
Okay. Always high, baby.
I mean, there was a couple.
How many were the one that we saw? It was like
There was 7
six. It was like 6 or
7.
7. Like half a dozen? 6 or 7? We saw a group of hunters like over a week ago.
Yeah.
But she wasn't in that group, right?
No.
I remember that. And she said she was with that group.
There was an older one.
I don't think it was the same.
I think I know the ones you're talking about, but no, that wasn't my mother.
Alright, just making sure, you know. Well, that's unfortunate. But, guess you're safe with us now. As your slaves
Yeah.
and protectors.
So you're like new bodyguards.
Of course.
Are you injured? Like, I can heal you.
No, I'm. I mean, I was, but you know, I've had a couple of days to recover.
As your humble servants, I advise we pursue some purple herbs and look for your mother.
I'm pretty sure the worms got her, but best not return home without an egg. Otherwise, it'll all be for nothing. You know?
That's true.
Pretty
Well, she
sure
might
if
not
we
be
met her-
alive, but we can still find her.
No.
Pretty sure if we found her mother, she'd try to kill us. So I'd probably have to kill her.
No, that would just be ridiculous for her.
No,
Problem.
I mean, you're my slaves now. She wouldn't kill my slaves.
Yeah.
Probably.
It'd just be rude.
I would introduce you first. Obviously, I'd be like, you know, hello, mother, who I thought was dead, but apparently isn't.
If you have like a
Oh,
lot.
right.
For the purposes of this thought experiment, I acquired some slaves while I was gone, and then she'll probably praise me for doing a really good job, especially if we get an egg.
Yes, I'm Laura, by the way. I shake her hand.
She doesn't resist the handshake, but she does look down at you, very confused by what you're doing.
Disgust and contempt.
Does she enjoy?
Kashara. And they bow.
You can tell she is much happier with the bow.
Can you speak common?
Or Elven?
She'll swap to one and go, yeah, I can speak both of those. I suppose that'd be easier for your small surface-dwelling brains to handle.
Was there one of us that could speak Undercommon?
I think we
I
okay.
believe
I
they're
was just
dead.
wondering.
Oh, alright.
If I couldn't speak
Yeah,
Undercommon, that'd be pretty depressing.
Yeah, as a slave, like a sailor, so why the fuck would I know Undercommon?
Hi, Micah. As I just stare at them.
Yeah. Don't mind that she doesn't breathe.
Is that one always so creepy?
Yes.
Alright, creepy slave!
If you leave her in the dark, she disappears.
So, Master, do you know what a beholder is?
I'll give her a check just to see how much she knows. Yeah, big, round guys, giant eye, lots of little ones.
We also have to find one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Why would you need to do that?
We need the central eye.
magic.
Well, not us particularly, but the one who requested it previously.
You don't need to worry about what they need anymore. You're my slaves.
I mean, that is true.
Whatever task you were sent on before doesn't matter now. We've just got to get that egg, and we can take it back.
Should we get it like a couple of them so you can have like extra value?
That could be dangerous, but it might be a good idea. If we can, we could maybe try and grab a couple.
Just in case we do run into anything, just make sure to stay at the back so you're safe, okay?
Of course.
Matrons need to be safe.
Do you want this? Or pass my puifui? Puifui?
What the?
It'll make you more sneaky.
Yeah. We'll take it, and she like looks and she's like, You are a prize slave. Even if I sell the others off, I'm definitely keeping you.
Ah, that's very appreciated.
Thank you. Just wait to see what we can do.
We'll shuffle around to the back of the group and be like, alright, lead the way, servants. We'll get that egg. I'll make a lot of money.
Profiteering is a good priority.
Let's go.
Continue on your way.
Hell yeah. Also, where my dark vision at?
I have no idea.
My token. My token's so fucking rebellious.
It likes to not have vision.
I got that 120 dark vision, baby.
Alright.
I'll be right back.
Don't worry, I have the secret key to getting many purple worm eggs.
Hmm.
Is that
As
like
a surprise tool.
Egg magnet?
Nah. Probably already forgotten.
Is it the fact that you're invisible?
No.
well?
Worms don't have eyes.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Pretty sure they wouldn't care. They would just smell her or feel like the footfalls. Things are terrifying.
You know, I forgot to ask if you guys would want to, like, grab your crew before you came to the worm things.
No,
We
I
just
don't
got-
think so.
We
Probably
decided
not.
not to.
Yeah. We're looking for
It's
stealth.
just sort of a stealth mission.
Alright.
Also, that way they can try and get back up. Just sitting here in the back of my mind, like weak nugs, like, you know, catch like, she won't sell you off. At the same time, like, I might be valuable. Provide food and water for everyone else. Don't have to worry
I'm
about
gonna
finding.
move you onto this map just so it can load while Luke's not here.
Are you gonna say that to me, or are you just thinking that?
Oh no, he's purposely saying that out loud.
No moving.
Sorry, I was just going to the front because you said she was in the back. Like the
Yeah, well,
picture could
this
be in
also wasn't meant
danger.
to be an accurate representation. I just threw you in because I need you. Like, it's a fairly large map, and I wanted you guys to be able to load it before I actually put you on the map.
Mhm.
But I'd already put your tokens down and couldn't be bothered hiding them.
In negation.
BRB as well, real quick.
So, Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls, now that it has been 10 years since Gravity Falls, I guess, like, I guess maybe like an NDA expired or something?
Oh?
Because he's just started dropping shit. He's
Probably.
like, dropped a list of like, he's like, ever curious about the fights I had with the sensors on Gravity Falls? I probably shouldn't share this, but here are some real notes from Disney and my actual replies.
Ha!
There's one that's like, page 19. Please revise Mabel's line, "Let's go get two dodos and force them to make out." This plays as too adult for our audience. his response. Let's look at the context here. Mabel is talking about traveling back in time, picking up 2 extinct birds, and bonking their beaks together while making smooching noises. How could this possibly be offensive?
There's a large amount of dodos in the audience.
Minute 123. In the movie poster for the movie Horse Dad, please omit the pipe in the horse's mouth. Why? Is the concern that we'll influence horses to smoke pipes?
Are we there yet?
Hello,
Yes.
we're waiting for you.
Hi. We're small again.
We're very small. I can deny it no longer. I am small.
Alright.
Hmm.
I lead, you follow.
Is this the place where the
No moving.
Oh, you're waiting
Now that
for
you-
me.
I had to wait for you to read out the
Oh, okay.
introduction to this area.
Right.
Everybody breathe.
So, as you get closer to the nursery, you get another view of a purple worm.
Oh. I don't like
A little
it.
less direct than the last 2 you've seen. But as you make your way through a long tunnel, everything around you begins to shake and rumble before the tunnel floor suddenly gives way at your feet.
No.
I'm gonna need everyone to make a deck save.
Already.
Goodbye, child.
Ah!
The arms of an asshole.
Seems pretty accurate.
DC this time was 15. So Kashara and Aika managed to get out of the way before a section of the floor breaks apart and collapses. Weaknuck, Lorop, and Han Hullen fall 25 feet,
Oh my god.
taking 5 bludgeoning damage.
That's 5 of me. Oh, that's probably a lot more.
Oh. Wait, who else didn't fall?
I didn't.
Do I have a rope? No, but I have batons. Wait, I do. Is Han okay?
She seems a little injured.
That's it. Kill yourself.
Quick, master! I'll toss down a rope.
She like stands up, sort of like rubbing her side, looks up at you, and then kind of looks around and says, "I think the tunnel continues down here." And up the top, you can see the way ahead has collapsed.
Okay.
Can I tie this rope to anything? Any stabby plates or anything?
Yeah, sure. I'll say there's like a stalagmite or something you can tie it to.
Just so we have a way back up if we have to come this way. And I will just jump down.
I will go and
Oh.
climb down the rope.
Thank you.
That's what I'm here for.
Quite capable servants.
Extremely.
Well, we did choose to be down here.
I suppose you're probably all at least fairly well trained. Kind of looks
I
you all
miss-
over and says, as much
miss
as
the
you
Baroness.
can be.
Don't worry, Laura. We'll get the Baroness back soon.
Why didn't we go get the Baroness?
It's not
It's a
very
stealth
wanted to
mission.
get them.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyways, do you want me to give you something better to ride on?
Oof.
You,
This dude.
Kinila?
Yes, of course. Ico will get out the stone of controlling Earth Elementals
Oh no.
and summon Rockboy.
Will that also defeat the purpose of stealth mission?
I mean, he can Earth Glide.
It's
He's
the
perfectly
stealthiest thing
silent.
we got. Yeah.
I don't think he's very silent at all.
Yeah,
He
well,
goes in the earth.
yeah,
Yeah,
but they
he
have
like-
tremor sense.
Yeah, they literally tremor
See him.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's-
Still gotta make a stealth check.
Yeah.
Really? No.
Yeah, just nah. Okay, we're good.
He's already here.
Can't go back in time. We already said we weren't doing it.
You can ride on him.
Alright.
Decisions have been made. I can only imagine how Hannah feels that way. Just seeing that suddenly.
I order the Earth Elemental to follow Lorup's commands.
Mush.
Mushy mushy.
That's gonna be slightly more awkward because now I have to control it as well.
Squishy tushy.
Could we do a stealth?
If you want.
Hit that big fat stealth.
We should all have advantage except me. Assuming you
can
actually
all
put on the
hear more.
cloaks.
Rumbling in the distance.
Fuck!
Bro,
Good one.
Nice.
can I give my
Ah!
my once per oh my god session inspiration?
I'll use magical guidance.
I want to give it. I don't know who to give it to now.
16.
All right, I'll give it to Kesh.
Well, I will say. Yeah, Kesh can have that. I will say, since I forgot to mention it earlier, for his glorious attempt at the recap, Jake does have a D12 Godspiration.
All right, thank God.
Attempt, you said.
I think you did a pretty good job.
What's the thing that you're doing to me? Weakness?
I wasn't sure if you had an inspiration anywhere. I was gonna try and give it to you in case shit popped off.
What's on that one? Unsavable.
All right.
I mean, it's also a skill check, which isn't affected by critical fails.
It is safe.
Oh. Savable. D12.
Very
Oh,
nice.
wow.
Predictable.
You're the chosen
You-
one.
As quietly as you can and moving forward. The cavern to the north
Mm.
on the map. Let me just. I do believe north is actually north on this map.
Oh,
Finally.
they learned.
It
We've
took
achieved
10
north.
years, but we got there, boys.
True north.
Average wishes of the coast compass rose be like.
The passage to the north contains a variety of fungi which blanket the dark 15-foot high cavern.
Terrifying.
I see an egg.
No. You do see Hun immediately go in and start foraging for edible
Hungry.
Mm,
I'll
I
make
will
sure to-
join her.
Yeah.
I will go in, but I will look for footprints just in case by some reason a Balhanor or something walked through here.
Oh,
Fucking what?
A demon.
Maybe mushrooms growing out of their footprints.
So every 10 minutes you can acquire 1d3 pounds of edible mushrooms per person that is foraging. So how long would you like to actually forage for mushrooms?
Might as well take a little time.
Actually, yeah, we don't have our lizards with us, so we don't have like infinite food.
That's very true. We technically do because I'm here.
Not true.
All we can...
Flavorless.
Just 10 minutes, I guess.
10 minutes of foraging.
Alright, everyone that is foraging, roll me 1d3.
One.
We'll see, weak note. You don't find any footprints.
Alright, it's worth a
There are
run.
none to find. Yeah, a little bit of food. Got 5 pounds between you. That's like a day's worth of food for the group.
Okay, Miss Han, we really mustn't linger. Let's go find this egg.
Beep, 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 beep,
You see Hans like munching on some of the ones she's picked already.
She hungry.
So you come down here.
Hmm.
Just reach. Hang on. First of all, it's pretty much predominantly dark in these tunnels.
People, you all have dark vision. I'm trying to be stealthy. I don't think we have any by there.
Yeah.
And as you, all right, as you enter this room, yeah, this particular room is dimly lit by luminescent lichen, and thousands of bones carpet the cavern floor, including many recognizable as humanoid, though they are primarily dwarven, elf, and goblin.
No, sir.
Looks crunchy in here.
Don't like that.
We look around for some sort of creature.
I'm not gonna make you even roll a check. You're in the nest of purple worms.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
obviously not a purple worm here.
Okay.
Like, there wouldn't be anything else that lives here.
Anything else would be very brave to live here.
So anyways, guys, let's set up our camp here.
Yeah, this looks like a safe spot.
There's a crack in the south wall which leads to a small other area.
Maybe there's the babies coming.
Yeah, the baby corner.
Baby.
The baby.
I don't like how big this map is, but it doesn't go any further.
This is clearly a secret worm passage we have to.
The floor
Yeah.
in here's gonna collapse for sure.
Yeah, once we go in here and then come back out, there will be a cutscene in which the wall opens up.
As you look into this room, this is a 30-foot high unlit cavern which has a 20-foot wide pit in the center of it.
Ah,
Knew it.
yeah.
The pit descends into darkness beyond your vision.
A furnace.
However, you can see about 30 feet down is a small edge holding the skeletal remains of a humanoid, clad in moldering leather armor.
He's moldering.
Evening and moldering.
I'll
Yeah.
pull out a single gold coin and cast light on it and drop it in the pit.
Alright. Roll a perception check.
Also, like, look. Not as good.
Lorop has no idea how far that went. Kashara, you judge that it's probably about 1,000 feet down.
Oh, well, this
Jeez.
might be that never-ending cavern thing we were told about.
I thought it was more of a ravine. This isn't a ravine.
It was called a chasm. Something chasm. Where is it?
Anyway, I'd like the earth elemental to glide through the stone
Okay.
and like take me like with his hand out that I can use as an elevator. Go down to that ledge.
Okay, you can do that easily enough.
Fucking sea escalator.
What's up with this corpse?
Getting a closer look at it, looks like it was an elf. And it has a ring on one bony finger.
Free ring?
And the moldy armor?
It's moldy armor.
Moldy
Right.
armor.
I'll take the moldy armor and leave the rest.
Of
No, I
course.
take the ring.
My
I
hero.
take the ring.
A true
Alright.
hero of the people.
Ring seems to be in good condition.
Alright, I'll elevator back up.
Nice, like, silver ring. It's got a little, gem in it.
Huh.
I don't know what kind of gem it is, okay? It's just a gem. It's a ring with a gem.
For you, mistress, I'll give it 2 hard.
Of course. She takes it and just puts it on.
First of many treasures. I'm sure.
Kind of like holds a hand up in front of her so she can look at it.
Sparkling.
You only went like 30 feet down.
While this is happening, you hear a rumbling.
Cutscene is happening.
It's coming.
Didn't see it
Maybe
coming.
we should get away from a 1,000-foot pit.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away.
Yeah.
From that.
I'll grab Master and like pull her away from the ledge.
Alright, she'll also come away from it.
A worm comes out of the hole.
I'm ready.
I wish I had like middle worm pieces so I could just do a whole worm going past you.
I always liked that idea, but the idea of like rotating it and shit sounds like a nightmare.
Gives me conniptions.
Yeah. Horrible conniptions.
You know what? This is an entertaining way to do it, just with my Control V. Just keep pasting worm as it moves. As a couple of it takes roughly 2 minutes before the source of the rumbling shows up, emerging from where you came from.
Mm.
Ah! It was a cutscene.
I told you, dude.
This is why you use the one on a string.
A point.
And
Same creature.
Oh my
Ah.
god.
busting through the wall, creating a new passage for you, which I need to also do on the lighting.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Hey, blood.
Don't worry about it.
What?
That's a lot of blood.
Well, you can see way further than you can.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Also, I've had an idea. I'd like to ride back down to that corpse.
Okay.
Can't
You do
speak
that?
with dead.
I've spent 2 charges of the Stone Speaker Crystal to cast Speak with Dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, what up?
Just
Tell
want
me.
to ask what this ring was.
You just gave away.
Yeah, just in case
look-
it's like Ring of Curse You to Die.
The skeleton sort of shifts like slightly, its head kind of tilts to the side as it tries to speak. And you hear a soft voice whisper. Hang on. Can you paste exactly how this spell works?
Yeah.
So I get this right.
Here, softly whispered, "Girl's got a fat dumpy."
What?
Booty like pal.
Yeah, some stuff intelligence, corpse of your choice. I went to answer questions posed. Corpse will still have a mouth, can't be undead. Because what fails was just willing to ask the corpse up to 5 questions. Corpse knows only in your life. Such with its body, only its animating spirit.
Can't speculate about future events.
Okay.
What do you think about Bitcoin?
No opinion.
I can't tell.
Scam! Scam!
No.
No, it can't be.
Buy the dip! Buy the dip!
Ah!
Diamond hands. Diamond hands.
Would you like a monkey JPEG?
Get the fuck out! Run!
I drew
Run!
this scroll of a monkey, but you can't have it.
But you can have this piece. You can have this other scroll that says the monkey scroll belongs to you.
Oh, okay.
It's not legally binding, though.
I will hang it on the wall in my cupboard. Anyone who looks in that cupboard will know the monkey scroll belongs to you.
What if they don't look in the cupboard?
Then they won't know.
Okay.
Okay, back on topic. It says,
Rita.
that's it.
What?
It just says the word freedom.
Oh,
Oh, you just gave her the ring of freedom of movement.
yeah, I guess so.
Good shit.
I'll also ask, what is your moldy armor's true purpose?
Hmm.
You can only ask it one question.
It
Read.
says right there. Do you
Can
get?
you read?
Hello?
It says
Jenny,
right there, you
stop
can't
calling
cast the
it
spell
Jenny.
if it's already been affected by the spell in 10 days.
Please stop being a Hisoka right now. I can't believe you.
Until the spell ends, you can ask up to 5
that's-
questions.
You cannot expect me to read the second paragraph for the spell.
Oh my god.
You're the worst.
Please never play a spellcaster.
But they are.
Yeah, and it's awful.
Anyways, I cast Fireball, so it's a straight line, right?
The next minute, I could recast it.
It has a range of 120, so it hits everyone within 120 feet, right?
Mhm.
The Fireball also disintegrates.
I assume that moldy armor is mundane and moldy.
Yeah, it just says protection.
Last question, how did you die?
I'm expecting a smarmy answer from this thing.
There's like a moment of silence.
Among Us.
You know what? Just for the sake of it, Laura, roll me a quick dex save.
Dex save.
Yeah. Okay.
Enough?
No.
How about now?
For the purposes of this, I'm still gonna say no, because it's literally just the skeleton, like its arms just twist and grab you, like pull its skull up close to your face, and just says, and then it just falls
worms.
limp again.
No further questions, Your Honor. Rejoin the group.
Objection, hearsay.
Damn, I was killed by a garden worm.
That's crazy. What the? Oh god.
Well, it's meth blood.
What the fuck? They're so big.
Huh?
You'll get there.
Alright.
Oh, I do see clutches of things.
As you
Gross.
look into this area, you see
Jeez.
the egg chamber. The ceiling is 80 feet high, so out of the vision range of some of you.
Mhm.
You can see that there are eggs cemented together and anchored to the walls via resinous saliva. There are 7 clusters, which seem to hold 6 eggs each. The eggs are each a silvery sphere 3 feet in diameter.
Hmm.
Pretty wide.
Yeah.
Part of me wishes I prepared stone shape today.
It does not fit in the bag of holding.
3 of the 4 resin strands anchoring the network of egg clusters have stray threads fuck, I've lost my place. The stray threads that drop all the way down to the cave floor.
Looks like a way up. This is going to be tough.
How high up are the clusters? Are they like on the roof?
Like 80 feet up.
The roof is 80 feet up. The clusters are at varying heights. For instance, this one is 30 feet. This one is 40. This one is 50.
How high would you
And-
like to fall from?
Because I am lazy. GNFO overlay. Try to make sure I only get these. I am just going to put these on the map layer
Oh yeah.
so that you can see how high up different things are.
Okay. How do
And I'm
we
doing these
reach
one by ones because I don't want to accidentally grab any of the room numbers and dump them onto the fucking map layer, or it will annoy the shit out of me. Yeah, I think I got them all.
So, which one we going for? Those look pretty durable.
We just need one. Get the easiest. Let's get out of here.
Those of you with more than 60 feet of dark vision can also see that the ceiling has webs on it.
I don't think there's just worm eggs in here.
Oh yeah. Just webs.
No. I mean, there's webs on the ceiling.
Yeah, worms can do that.
Mm.
Haven't you ever seen like a
silkworm?
silkworm? Yeah. Or maybe you haven't seen a silkworm.
What the fuck is
Some
this?
worms can. Yeah, some worms can do that. I doubt spiders would live amongst purple worms, you know?
What's
Did I roll in nature or something to see if I know that purple worms
Yeah, sure,
predict?
roll it.
Fellas, over there is a cluster that's quite low to the ground. You'll probably reach that one without having to do any climbing.
where?
Far off to the right, other side of the chamber. East. Forward.
Not very sure. Just be careful.
No, but it doesn't have anything connecting to the green orb. Oh, this one's only 10 feet.
Yeah,
That's
10
what I
feet,
mean.
one of us could just like hold
That's-
the other one in the
that's
air. and
literally
just
what I
cut it
said.
loose.
The
I thought
earth
you meant
element,
there's 20 foot one.
the earth elemental could lift
I
you
have-
up there.
Way less food. Fuck.
Yeah, get the earth elemental to hold someone up. And then, I don't know, pull one out. Or cut it.
Just going.
Well, let's get the one from the edge, I guess, so it doesn't disturb the rest of them.
Where are you going?
I'm
I
going
think I
up.
see a chasm.
That's not important.
Sort of is.
Everything's there.
What, for the beholder?
Yeah, it's a chasm.
Yeah, that's not what we're here for. We'll come back for that. We're doing this now. One thing at a time.
I don't think we can carry the beholder's eye and one of these eggs with us.
Yes, let's not make it complicated.
Don't get it twisted.
Anyways, I would like the earth elemental to provide me with a firm elevator.
Model
It can
restored.
pretty easily hold you up to the eggs.
Okay. I would like to use my magical short sword to attempt to cut loose an egg from the edge.
Alright, roll me 2d4.
Okay. A4.
Alright. It will take 4 minutes of work to pry it loose.
That sounds about right.
That's some durable
Reasonable.
shit. I'm watching the ceiling. I'm scared.
Yeah. Everyone else keep a lookout.
Alright,
I assume we'll feel the rumbling before we see them.
yeah, two things. One, someone roll me a d20.
Bam.
Alright.
18 spiders.
And the second thing is that
This is the same chamber you saw when you looked at Lulth.
about 2 to 3 minutes into
Wait,
like trying to chip this egg free, you feel about 2 minutes in, you feel the rumble of an approaching worm.
Oh,
How
fuck.
long did it take you the last time I heard rumbling before the worm showed up?
It's
It
like
took
2
about
minutes.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Can we speed this up by helping?
Nope.
Okay. Good luck, Ica. Please be fast.
I'm just gonna stand right next to Han in case some worm comes. I can toss her out of the way.
Bro, we're in Eat the worm.
Bait.
I'm going to try and stay still as possible. Pray that. Well, actually, first I'm gonna fucking scoot over here.
Actually, I just had a different idea. Kashara, could you come over here and hold me up?
Yeah.
Earth Elemental, go into the northern wall and begin making a lot of noise.
I'm hitting that stealth.
I'm ordering the Earth Elemental to go be a distraction so the worm turns a different direction.
Alright.
Because it can go through walls, so it can go spaz out inside of a wall far away from me.
Imagine if someone sets off an alarm clock inside your house, but it's like hidden in the wall.
Just go sleep in another room at that point.
That was it. Grab my worm token again. Objects of player.
Not the worms.
Down here. So whereabouts is the Earth Elemental again?
I'm sending him up north to go into the wall partially and like make enough of a ruckus so the worm will hopefully turn away from me. I don't even know if it's coming towards me, but you know, it seems like a safe bet at this point.
Roll me a stealth just in case.
On me or the Earth Elemental?
On anyone who doesn't want to be the target of the worm.
Of course not.
Why do you think
Oh
I?
no.
God.
It is decided.
Oh,
Laura,
reroll
get away
that.
from me.
It's a 6.
Miss Laura. No, Miss Laura.
Too delicious.
I'm not gonna lie. I looked at the south tunnel and after I said I was gonna stealth it. I'm very glad. I was like, no, wait. I need to move.
Alright. One for my worm. I'm enjoying pasting around like this.
Now the moment of desperation, looking to see if I have anything to help in this situation.
We're about
Alright.
to get a triple.
I mean, if it's gonna go for us, it might hit its eggs. You know?
In this situation, I'm going to have to ask that we go into initiative.
Yeah.
But given the time, I am also going to say we will end this session here
Oh boy.
and pick up next time.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Can I hide amongst the eggs?
Yeah, I feel like it might not kill its own eggs.
That was gonna be my plan if it was about
Yeah.
to, like, it was getting close. I was just gonna climb on top of the egg pile because I was like, I'm sure it won't eat them.
Yeah, they're also suspended off the ground. It might not, like, see them properly.
But holding on would be a bitch.
I mean, it's sticky apparently, so getting off it might be harder than getting on.
Yeah.
And moving around on the resin is difficult.
Difficult terrain.
I will prefer that to being devoured
Wow.
whole, thank you.
For instance, crossing the resin strands takes 3 feet of movement for every 1 foot.
Double difficult terrain.
And fighting or taking strenuous action atop them will require acrobatics checks to avoid falling.
Thank you very much for the follow, Yotos.
They really
Toro?
expected people to use these.
I assume it's Yototoro. I apologize if I butchered that. I'm trying to figure out exactly what that
Right.
is.
When we kill this purple worm, we'll get mucho XP.
Alright, good.
Yeah,
I'm
and then
glad I
we'll have a
got it.
short rest and go fight the beholder.
Welcome
Yeah.
to the journey through the
We'll kill
Underdark.
all the purple worms in here.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
let's just spawn kill all these purple worms.
They're worth maximum
For
XP as
XP.
they hatch, right?
Yeah, if I
Oh,
fireball each of these clusters, that's like heaps.
of course.
Of course.
Probably about to die to purple
No
worms,
way.
but that'll be until next time.
There's no way this.
You
can
got it, Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have to get.
Once he'd be like, here, kill a drow child.
I mean,
bro.
Before it was even
No.
revealed as a child, I was about to shoot it until Laura put the darkness down. I was like, yeah, this is threatening us. I don't care. I'm not killing.
I
Thumbs
thought
up to
it
you,
Maybe a
was-
Yoda.
spell,
Thank you very
I
much for the
might have killed
follow. It's always wonderful to have another imp on the army.
Yeah, your darkness spell saved me from committing child murder. I could have been just like my hero, Big Boss.
Great.
Boss, you killed a child. Amazing. Mission complete.
That right there is funny
Well
the
done,
best.
boss.
Oh yeah, Nick was playing before the game I was playing Revengeance. And I was doing that bit with you're running across the rooftops to get further into the city.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, and there was two guards. I thought they were talking to each other, and they didn't see me yet, so I threw a grenade at them, but turns out they were talking to a hostage, and I blew all three of them up.
Oh no.
It's fine. Ryden doesn't mind.
I don't have a particularly big picture for hand, by the way.
Nobody saw it.
Damn.
It's a nice image.
She is very cute.
Yeah, I had to go get a picture because she didn't have one originally.
I'll just make her look like human common. It's fine.
Human commoner number 5.
No, she originally had a token that just had her name on it.
That's
And I'm
One
like,
of those
not
ones
good
that say
enough.
NPC.
Yeah, not good. Like I said, if she dies, I'm taking my own life.
and the
You're
end of
just ready to kill yourself if anything bad happens, eh?
Dark Elves,
Yeah,
not so
I'm
bad.
a super good character.
Ironically, we've had more issues with
The
Duragar
fact that
for the
half
direction
of
that
my
we went.
fucking veterans have died is really destroying me.
We did come down with an army. I had
Oh,
Yeah.
my first character was a paladin. He died. The second
have your
character was
DK
Tharner,
ready,
a
Nick?
cleric. He died. My
Well,
my third
Take whatever
character
you
is
want.
now Weaknook Stone Weaknook Brick Eyes, the Surf Nebulum
it was worth
cleric
a lot.
of Arcane Domain.
yes, clearly.
It has been a fucking roller coaster of death. It's great.
They attack her.
I love that because I have Josh's stream up. Like, I can see what appears to be him talking rather adamantly with this man in his chat.
Of course.
Sort of.
Yoto.
Bit muted so that we don't hear any of it.
Well, I'm not trying to talk over you as you have conversation.
I gotta get to bed. It's like 1 a.m.
Good night, buddy.
Weak, not a weak.
Weakness.
Okay, so in
I'm gonna go with weak nut.
9 hours from now, GTFO Rundown will release. So who's staying up till 3 a.m.?
Not
I
me.
thought you said that was coming out today, and that's why you
Me
wake up
too,
early.
but it was, of course, America time, not our time.
Of course.
You know what is out?
What?
The Vermintide update.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we could do Bellacore.
Vermintide
Fucking
update.
Bellicor, baby.
Bellacore runs, baby.
I really be sucking Belcor's PP.
Well, anyways, yeah. I guess, I'll be up for the GTFO thing once I wake up, but,
Yeah.
Crash
I'm
and
not
just-
staying up for that shit.
Yeah, me neither, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
That does actually sound like a really dumb idea to stay up all night to play GTFO, the game that requires like maximum concentration.
But if I'm sleep deprived, it'll be more intense, right?
Really more painful, sure.
This is a normal day. Yeah, it's
Not
a
to
normal
mention,
day.
you know,
It's not a
tomorrow is
24-hour
also,
live stream today.
the final day of Calamity.
See, I get that, but I'm
So-
going to miss a session.
I am not ditching the final episode of Calamity. I
Final.
want to watch that shit.
Final episode. Is there only like 4 or something?
There's only 4. They announced at the
Yeah.
start. There's only 4 episodes.
Yeah. So
I haven't
maybe
even started watching it yet. I'm still watching Star Trek.
According to Brennan, they were up till 2:30 and 2:30 a.m. to get it finished.
Jesus.
oh, it's going to be a long one.
Probably.
Oof.
Anyways, fun session. Good night, everybody. See
Yep.
you.
See ya.
Bye.
Till next time.
Don't know how much of it they also, did in single bursts.
Who's a fourth
Well, I do apologize. Thank you for the follow, Yodo. So, sad that it is a semi-short introductory and end. Have been going for about 4 hours. We usually start this at about midnight on, usually midnight Friday on Eastern Standard Time, USA. Always playing I say Friday. It's Wednesday. Wednesdays and Fridays. I get confused. My apologies. Usually Wednesdays between 10 and midnight because we have Jake's and Rozzie's game that we always play, which switches between Dragon Icefire Peak and then Out of the Abyss that we're doing here back and forth. Fridays is Festering Faiths and Death and Dragons that we swap back and forth every week. This week on Friday would be coming up as Festering Faiths, my homebrew campaign. And then usually from there we would be doing a mix of other various games, Elder Scrolls Online, Stardew, obviously with the new GTFO and Vermintide coming up. We'll be playing that intermittently in between the multiple days, so it's wonderful having you. I will bid goodnight to everyone here. Thank you very much for the thumbs up redeem. It's always wonderful to have new people following in, and hope to see more of you, as you are all extraordinarily welcome, and please do come back. The shenanigans will not stop. We'll have to figure out exactly what we're gonna do with our new air quote master / drow we're currently following, and that Laura just gave a Ring of Freedom of Movement to. That one's gonna probably play out pretty interesting. Till next time.